a full accountability to all of us. We all are part of the solution. The people's voices are what we want. A citizen assembly talking about the crisis. This system has also been built to make sure that those in the Niger Delta, in far parts of India, in the Aborigines, they need their voices heard. Climate justice is just simple. What do we want?
Climate justice!
What do we want it?
Now!
What do we want?
Climate justice!
When do we want it?
Now!
The reason we demand to act now is because if we don't, what side of history do you want to be in? As we stand here, we know the policing and sentencing bill is going through next week, in 2 weeks' time. They're trying to tell us that it's illegal for us to fight for our democratic rights. So that means, for me to say Black Lives Matter, I now become a terrorist to this system. I can go to prison for 10 years just because I'm fighting to make sure my daughter, Angel and Genesis, have an equitable society. I do not want to be judged by the color of my skin. Neither should I have to break ceilings in places that I didn't even create it. I think this is why this banking system, this economy needs to be decolonized. So when I say decolonize, I need you to say decolonize. Decolonize!
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 We need to decolonize our mindset. We need to decolonize everything about ourselves. The narrative that has been told by the system about what we are as African melanated people has been lies. We need to make sure we hold the media accountable for what they say about our community. We need to make sure that when we stand tall. I am no longer apologizing for my melanated skin. Neither should I ever ask permission to be heard. I take space and I reclaim my time. I reclaim it so my child doesn't have to do it. And as my allies all standing here, do I have some allies here? Do I have some Black allies here? As we stand, as we speak, as we unite, because the people united can never be defeated. When we stand tall, holding each other together, we are part of one human race. Race was a social construct to obviously commit atrocious crimes against Black bodies, to bring benefits to a system which never wants to recollect or remember what it has done to our people. While I stand here, I'm going to take a moment to also give a big shout out to Sasha Johnson. Sasha Johnson is one of the most formidable, is the queen when it comes to standing and fighting for reparative justice, when it comes to standing and saying Black Lives Matter, when it comes to standing and looking at youth justice. That queen deserves us to spend some moment with her right now. So we're going to do this. She is!
She is!
She is!
She is!
She is!
She is!
Sasha Johnson! We remember the queen who also fought in places where the same system vilified her, the same media portrayed her as the terrorist. We saw what exactly they were. I no longer ask permission to say I am non-violent. I no longer ask permission to say I am peaceful. We are always peaceful. The police have been the perpetrator of violence. So we know that this policing bill going through, we know that this system was built on an institutionally racist agenda. We know that if we don't stand together, march together, scream together, cry together, hold each other, stand united, we would not achieve the goals for our future. It is time to change now. We need to make sure we are part of that journey. So as we march, as we go through certain locations, as you see stuff, it's all about decolonizing your mindset. This capitalist system that churns out, that benefits on fossil fuels, we need to keep those things underneath. We need to hold Shell accountable, all the lawyers and the bankers that have been complicit in the bodies of black bodies being vilified. We stand today and hold you accountable. We want you to know we see you. No longer can you get away with this. No longer can you tell us our life doesn't matter. No longer can we stand and watch you benefiting off the back of black bodies. And with that, we say, Blood Money March, it's about time to go down. Before I do anything, I'm going to grab myself with the ancestors because I stand on their backs. I speak to the ancestors and I ask you to ground us. Make sure the wills and purpose comes according to your will. Make sure when we speak, we die to ego and we make sure we amplify your voice in everything we do. Make sure that when we show the reality and we decolonize the mindset, we decolonize hearts, and we create change that are sustainable to make sure that those who are oppressed become liberated. And I mean, they get liberated. And I ask you to do this in every space across the globe. Ashe.
Ashe!
Black Lives Matter!
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 Decolonize!
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 No justice!
No peace!
No justice!
No peace!
No justice!
No peace!
No racist!
No peace!
No justice!
No peace!
No justice!
No peace!
No justice!
No peace!
No racist!
Police!
Fist up! The people united will never be defeated. 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 Power to the people.
Power to the people.
People got the power.
People got the power.
Tell me, can you hear it?
Tell me, can you hear?
We're getting stronger by the hour.
Stronger by the hour.
Power.
Power.
People.
People.
Power.
Power.
People.
People.
Power to the people.
Power to the people.
People got the power.
People got the power.
Tell me, can you hear it?
Tell me, can you hear?
We're getting stronger by the hour.
Stronger by the hour.
Power.
Power.
People.
People.
Power.
Power.
People.
People.
Now, drummers, let's make some noise. Extinction!
Rebellion!
Extinction!
Rebellion!
Extinction!
Rebellion!
Extinction!
Rebellion!
Extinction!
Rebellion!
Extinction Rebellion, we love you. You all are doing what you need to do. And be honest to you, one of the things I want to say, even though I'm not part of Extinction Rebellion, I say that's my sister movement. We're building movements of movements. We stand in solidarity. This bill was created to oppress us. They said Black Lives Matter and XR are a terrorist group, so they created a bill to tell us we don't have a voice. Do we have a voice? Extinction! 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 All my rebels out there, thank you for turning up. Thank you for standing. Being an ally is really simple. Act when you see the inequalities. Listen to the voice of those who are oppressed. Unlearn, learn, and unlearn your own unconscious bias. And the why, yield your privilege and turn it into power. If you can do that, you do that every day. When you get into your workplace, make sure you challenge the system. Make sure you see. If you see that there is not a diversity in your space, make it happen. In your schools, in your community, in your office, anywhere, on the streets. You can be an ally on a daily basis. Silence is violence, and we know no longer can we be silent. Ashe.
Use the microphone. Do you want to hold the microphone or you just stand?
Extinction! 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 Thank you for all showing up. I love you all. And we've got some amazing speakers today. And I have a great pleasure today to introduce you to Anne Pettifor, who is the author and political will for change for the Green New Deal. Anne Pettifor.
Yeah, I've got it. Okay. Hi. I think it's very unfair to ask me to follow that speech. Thank you ever so much. That was so empowering and inspiring. I want to stop for a moment and help us think about the catastrophe, the human tragedy that is Kabul airport today. And I want to think about what is happening to people standing at the border of a country, wanting to cross that border to safety. And I want you to think about how capital faces no such border, how globalized financial capital is unrestrained, can move across borders everywhere, thanks to the work of this institution here, amongst others, right? The Bank of England, the Governor of the Bank of England, and I think it's insulting to women, by the way, to call this the old lady. It's really the old neoliberal man that runs this institution. And the Governor of the Bank of England, amongst other regulators, has freed up globalized capital to cross borders willy-nilly and without any thought, but except that of capital gains, except that of profit-making. It has freed up capital to invest in fossil fuels without any restraint. So if we want to transform the system, and it's absolutely right, we want system change, not climate breakdown, then we must transform the international financial system. And we have to begin here, because this Bank of England wields enormous power. The Federal Reserve of the United States wields even greater power over not just the global system, but the global economy and the people worldwide. And it's run by technocrats, unelected, unaccountable, undemocratic technocrats, who've been made more powerful by our government and by our politicians. So I want to say to us that if we want to save the ecosystem, if we want to protect human civilization, then our first task is to transform the globalized financial system and to domesticate that system, to bring it back onshore, where it now operates offshore. And we have the power. So many of us think that this institution is beyond our ken. It's not. It's made up of human beings, it's made up of men, neoliberal men, who decide our futures. But they cannot do that without the support, the collateral, the backing, the guarantees that you as taxpayers give the Bank of England. It's thanks to the fact that we have in Britain a sound tax collection system, and because we pay our taxes regularly, either through PAYE or whatever, that this institution can value our currency and has enormous political and economic power. We have to take that power into our hands and demand a transformation of this institution and of the people that run it. We have to turn them back into what they are. They are servants. They are civil servants of the government. They're paid as civil servants. These are not free market individuals. These are civil servants. But they are not servants to the ecosystem, and they are not servants to humanity. They are servants to globalized capital. Until we subordinate their powers, until we subordinate their role in the economy to democratic demands, we will not be able to save the ecosystem. We will not be able to redirect finance away from fossil fuels. So it's about time. And when we think about the ecosystem, which we do as this huge, vast thing embracing the planet, we have to also think about the international financial system that was designed for the 1%. It was designed to serve the interest of wealth. We've got to redesign that system, the system that's called globalization, to make it a system of internationalism. The internationalism, if you like, of labour, of the 99%. Now that might seem difficult, but we can do it by domesticating capital, by restoring capital onshore, bringing it off from offshore here. And we do it beginning with this institution and with this governor of the central bank. Thank you very much.
So, extinction! 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 Look at these beautiful people. Can you give yourself a round of applause? I'm about to introduce someone I think you might know. She's quite phenomenal. Call her Big Sis, because she just shows me exactly what's being strong in a system that definitely wants to break you. And what was that quote about broken windows, not promises? Broken windows and broken promises. This woman, this specimen, this imperial blessing has been fighting the system and being an ally. I want you to give some roaring celebration for Gail from Extinction Rebellion!
Right, thanks for that, being put on the spot. It's nice to see everybody here. You see how this looks like a temple, you know? It's deliberate. Do you want to go on your knees and pray to the God of capital? That's what it's about. As David Graeber says, it's a deliberate thing to keep us feeling frightened. But some of us are not frightened. I had a bit of an experience last night. It turned out some of the gutter press have gone to my house and photographed my house and been to the neighbours and had a chat. And what a sign of success that is. When they have no argument with you, so they have to sort of, you know, filter through your life and find you wanting, which of course they will with all of us. And, you know, if they didn't find us to be hypocrites, then they would be telling us that we want us all back in the cave. So, you know, are we hypocrites, or are we people that want us in caves? Or if we're talking about inequality, you know, and you've got money, then you're a champagne socialist. Or if you haven't got money, you know, it's the politics of envy. You can't win, can you? That's the whole point. They make it about us because they haven't got an actual argument. So I also had this experience of being raided because some of us have been incubating, talking about the economic system within XR in a group called Money Rebellion. And one of the things you can do in Money Rebellion is take out a credit card with Barclays Bank. You know, Barclays Bank have been put in 145 billion of new money into fossil fuels since the Paris Climate Agreement, so we think that's a bit of a problem. And so, you know, Barclays Bank have been on the wrong side of history many times. You know, they stayed in South Africa during the apartheid era, and people may well know that when the transatlantic trafficking in enslaved peoples was stopped, finally, reparations were paid not to the victims of the trafficking, but to those that so-called owned the enslaved people. And those reparations attracted interest payments, and directors from Barclays Bank have been making money from that. And those payments only ceased in 2015. So, you know, the black people of this country have been paying interest to directors of Barclays Bank based on payments to slave owners. Well, anyway, so we thought Barclays, we really need to help Barclays Bank be on the right side of history. So some of us have taken out credit cards, not everybody can do that, I appreciate that. And we've made donations on their behalf to Survival International. It's reparations in action, you know, we're not waiting for the change, we're being the change. So the fantastic Sarah Ben GP, one of our XR doctors, she had a better credit limit than I did, and managed to get £3,500 over to Survival International, you know, supporting, yeah, nice one, Sarah. And every time they charge her interest, she gives the interest payments to Survival, so that's how we're rolling with that one. It's sort of funny. It's a funny process actually, because they're so bad at giving out credit cards, Barclays, that they gave one of us £40 compensation for their poor processors. Another one of us, they said, "Oh, we didn't read your letter in time, and our complaints procedures messed up. So we're going to give you £50 compensation and write off your debt." They're rubbish at being bankers, it seems. Quite funny. But anyway, I think about half a dozen of us have managed to do it because, like I say, their systems are quite awful, and probably quite a few of us ain't got the credit limit and all that. But I got raided at 5:30 in the morning. Four members of the Met Police came, and they took a hotel in Stroud, and then came to get me at 5:30 in the morning. I felt quite touched. Can you imagine them jollying up to Stroud to come and get me? Anyway, you know, they got hauled off, and it took my laptop and all that. This is all to be expected, folks, just to say, you know, like, it's a sign of success, this stuff. It's all to be expected. If you get attacked in the press, don't read the comments, it's all crap. When you're getting raided, don't worry about it. But anyway, one of the things that happens with that is that, you know, they're doing this interview, and obviously our sort of line in XR is no comments interview. But I personally made the choice to give a climate change lecture and talk about the economic system. I think we can play. So you're asking me this question, you know, you're trying to do a mass defraud of the finance system. I was like, wow, you know, a mass defraud of the finance. Do you mean these bankers, right? Do you mean these bankers that did PPI mis-selling? You know, mis-selling is another word for fraud. You know, is that what you're on about? Or do you mean those people that got caught out in the FinCEN files for money laundering? They're doing mass-scale money laundering. HSBC changed the size of its windows in Mexico to let boxes of money through, you know? So I'm talking about, it's the Panama Papers, LuxLeaks, you know, all that offshore tax dodging that they're enabling. Didn't they bring down the economic system in 2008, if I remember right? So, you know, these are the people that have cost £170,000 per household, the City of London. These are the folks that, according to the Financial Secrecy Index, are the centre of corruption services to the world when you include our crown dependencies and overseas territories, right? They're running a racket and I owe them 70 quid. And you've arrested me. You know how many bankers did you arrest recently, right? But I'll just finish by saying one further thing though, actually, because this is not about us and them. This is a patriarchal, white supremacist, domination paradigm that humanity entered into, not all of, you know, the indigenous people call it wet eco, it's a spell that we're under, it's about scarcity, separation and powerlessness. And we're not about othering, you know, we welcome the people of the city back into the family of life, right? And of course, it's really easy to call a nose ring wearing, you know, bit of a lefty like myself an anti-capitalist. I don't particularly adopt that label. I don't think it's helpful. I can say why, but what's really helpful in social movement theory is when you get defections from the other side. You know, so when the bankers start to tell the truth, which they often do in the Financial Times, to be fair to them. But, you know, tell the truth about this economic system. We can't have infinite growth on a finite planet, as we know. And a leading financier once said that of all the financial systems we could have, we've got the worst one. We have to change this economic paradigm. We all, you know, the Bank of International Settlements, which is the bank of central banks, released a Green Swan paper, and they said, it's buried in there somewhere, you know, but they said, oh, maybe we can't carry on having economic growth. They know it. So, folks, one of the invitations while we're in the city is to ask our beautiful banking family to wear these stickers. They get a choice. They get a choice, right? Which side are you on? Which side are you on? So, anyway, one says, I support rebellion, growth kills, defund fossil fuels now. Really powerful for bankers to wear that sticker. Come on, dare you. If you've got some balls, get one of them on, or or if you don't, you can then offer them the alternative, which is in it for the money, growth is God, let the world burn. So they get a choice. And then really to say again to all the banking folks here, to the folks who are paid by the City of London to work and to hold up the system, and is it okay to say more? You know, we've got the police people out with us. All of these folks, we want you to know that we're welcoming you back into the family of life. You know, we can't do this for you, you have to do it for you, but we are doing it for your children too. And just to remind the City of London Police, you know, there was this little ruling called Ziegler by the Supreme Court that says it is reasonable and proportionate to protest in the road. This is an existential threat. Humanity has never been here before. We're talking about Aviva Insurance said we're up to 3.9 degrees of warming. Leading scientists said that means half the world is going to die and that civilization will collapse. Getting in the road is I wouldn't even say it's a proportionate response. We've been taking out the windows, in my view, as you all know. But anyway, but certainly getting in the road is a proportionate response to this change. And if you're here policing us, you know, and if you're having a friendly but not exposing conversation with any of the coppers, one question to ask is, like, what do you think the purpose of the law is? You know, what law are you upholding? What is the point of the law, right? So, and I think people generally think it's here to protect us. It's for protection. Now, is it here, City of London Police folks, is it here to protect money and property, or is it here to protect life? And if it's here to protect both, which one takes the priority? Because if it's here to protect money and property, it's immoral, and your job is immoral. And if it's here to protect life is failing. That's why we're on the streets, right? So get out of our way and don't rip our sisters' hands open when they move on. Extinction! Extinction! Extinction!
So, what they didn't understand when they created this policing and crime sentencing bill, they tried to divide us. And look at this, Black Lives Matter and Extinction Rebellion standing together. And when we say this word, kill the bill, we're not talking about killing the police. We're saying kill the policing and crime sentencing bill and any other oppressive bill that has been created. So we're going to just shout this, kill the bill!
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 Extinction! Extinction! What do we want? When do we want it?
Now!
What do we want? When do we want it?
I'm so sure I don't have to go to the shops. That's wonderful. So hi everyone, I'm Deanna from Black Lives Matter Taunton, and also you know I for Black Lives. So we're going to go for a nice little walk in a minute. So if all of the salmon want to start heading to the front, and we're just going to get real hyped because I've had a lot of monster today. We're going to get on it. So the people united will never be defeated. 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 Right, I need so much more energy than that. Right, so I'm gonna go. Decolonize. Louder. Decolonize. Decolonize. No justice. No justice. No justice. No race there. Extinction. 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 Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Thank you, everybody. Let's go.
I'm alright.
Do you guys have anything to say about what you're doing here today?
We talked about exposing the financial industry for the continual investment in fossil fuels.
Okay, I'm going to repeat that back. You're talking about exposing the financial industry for their investment in fossil fuels.
That's right, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they have blood on their hands of the future generations.
They've got blood on their hands for future generations, absolutely, and I can see you've got blood on your hands as well. Is there anything you're hoping to achieve from today?
Well, we're hoping with all our actions to make sure that that the government listen and all the finance sector listens and the changes happen, and we won't stop until that happens.
Absolutely. And can you tell anyone watching this, thinking, what on earth is he wearing? What's he doing? Why is he covered in blood? And how can I get involved? What would you say to those people that, one, is sceptical, and two, are wanting to get involved and change the outcome for the financial industry and its involvement in this corrupt and awful fossil fuel?
I mean, basically join XR, find out more about the science of the climate emergency, find out more about how the City of London is financing fossil fuels when they say, you know, we don't need to campaign anymore, but in reality they're carrying on as they are and they haven't changed at all, and they need to change. They need to stop investment in fossil fuels now.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. If you're watching this and you're thinking of a way that you can get involved, go to Money Rebellion, search that on Facebook, look it up online, and have a look at loads of different podcasts. All sorts of bits of information are out there explaining why these signs are very, very accurate. The financial industry is bleeding the earth dry, and we quite simply cannot afford to be doing that anymore. Oh my goodness, look at that. That is an earth covered in blood at the hands of the fossil fuel industry. We want the blood off our hands, please.
So yeah, tell us why you've come down today, why you've joined
Why
Extinction
I've come
Rebellion.
down today. Well, when I was growing up, we hadn't heard of the climate crisis. There wasn't really a climate crisis. There was, of course, fossil fuels being used and had been for over a century, but it hadn't made a lot of difference really, and nobody noticed any difference. Some woman scientists in the century before said this could change the climate, but nobody took any notice of that because we could see it was always the same. But of course, later on, as the last century progressed, it did become a bit more evident. And about halfway through my life, I woke up to the fact that it was serious, and scientists were saying we really can't go on like this because we're increasing the amount of carbon in the atmosphere, and that is sending the temperature, the global average temperature up. And if you keep on doing that, you'll get to danger points. Of course, we weren't very near the danger point then, so there wasn't a huge reaction. Although there was something called the Club of Rome that said we've got to live with nature, work with nature, live within nature's limits, and so forth.
And why did you join Extinction Rebellion?
Why did I join Extinction Rebellion? Because after supporting other organisations and trying to do my best to live in a responsible sort of way, I saw things getting worse and worse and worse. And the last 40 years, the the damage has accelerated. The global average temperature has gone up quicker and quicker, and it's still rising as we speak now. And if it goes on rising like this until 2030, it will be past one of the 1.5 points of centigrade, which is the danger level for increased storms, floods, natural disasters. It's not that there's never been natural disasters, but they will become more and more frequent as the temperature goes up.
So you've come on this march today. Have you got a message
today?
So when you see people will watch this, what would you like to say to the people watching this?
That it is absolutely time to get serious, and this year of COP26 is the year to do it, because Britain is this host nation for an international conference on what to do about the climate emergency, which we have recognised, but we haven't reacted to. So it's a bit like saying, yes, we recognise there's a pandemic, but we're not actually going to do anything about it. We didn't do that, and we shouldn't be doing that with you. That's why Extinction Rebellion is trying to wake people up.
And do you mind me asking how old you are?
93. And I've got grandchildren and great-grandchildren, and I'm very worried about the future that lies ahead for them if we don't get serious.
Thank you very much.
Welcome all. It's Extinction Rebellion. We're in the area of the Bank of England, and I'm sure you can hear behind me the sound of the Samba band. Just listen to that. It's a war cry, it's a cry of defence, and we're talking about the economy today. The title of today is Blood Money, and we're looking at how the UK's finances have worked in the past and presently, and how this is making serious damage on our climate. And I'm just going to bring you around the front just so you can have a little butcher's at what's going on. We've got the first banner, which is now conveniently just moved. Yeah, you can just check. We've got this title of built on blood money. Built on blood money. And we've got our youth here in the front here. We've got our indigenous crew. We've got the wonderful Marvina in the house and the sister Bavini. These people are leading the march on decolonising the economy. That's what it's all about today. We seem to have a strong presence of police today, but at the moment we're able to go in the places that we choose to do. If you're wondering what decolonise the economy is all about, we need to think about how the structures that were made a long time ago to make sure that the UK became the financial powerhouse that it has done today. Most of this is based upon extractivism. This is going into other people's lands, taking their resources, often leaving them in a much worse position. Well, not often, every time, leaving them in a much worse position. That's on the land that they were on. This is about the resources that are stolen and taken to other lands, and the damage that's done to the people and the community itself. Having to relook at these structures and making them work for the world, work for the people and the people on that land is what decolonising the economy is all about. And sometime in the future, there's going to be someone who can explain the real kind of figures and the money, in a much more precise way, but that's the most general way that I can put it. We've been very, very fortunate today. The amount of rebels that have turned up for this. I'm just going to give you a shot. If you can look into the distance, that's how many rebels have turned up for this. They understand where we are right now in this crisis, and they're standing up. They're standing up and they're rebelling. We've even got some of our youngsters in the house, Rebel for Life. That's per usual. I'm gonna big up those. I'm gonna big up the Samba crew. These guys are always here for us, playing the tunes. Yes, we know, we know. If you're at all concerned, if you're at all worried about the direction that we as a country is going in dealing with the climate crisis, you've just got to check out Extinction Rebellion's website. If you're in London and you want to show support, come down. We're in back. You'll hear us. Don't worry, you'll hear us. We're walking through an area of London that has pushed the agenda on extractivism at the very least. These streets hold blood. Though you can't see it, all the stonework, all these buildings have the blood all over them. Coming from a West Indian background, and I hope you know about the history of Africans being trafficked and put into a life of servitude and slavery. And the direct consequence of that, my ancestors dying at very young ages, working incredibly hard to a point of exhaustion, was what made London the powerhouse financially. And on the back of that, historically, it's what makes London the powerhouse it is today. If you're unaware, the slavery payments that were made to owners from people who apparently lost their way of life and their earnings when slavery was abolished was only recently paid. And I'm really talking about, like the 80s or the 90s. I'm not super great on history, but it was the 80s or the 90s that slave owners were paid. This, I mean, honestly, as a descendant of West Indies, I'm shocked that in this time period I would have been earning money and paying tax possibly, and I've just been told my laces are undone, and I'm going to have to just ask somebody to hold this for me while I do my laces up. I'm sorry about the interruption, but as you can imagine, if the laces got undone and I carried on, I could have been in a lot of trouble. Yes, so I was just talking about, before I decided to undo my slave laces, about the payments to slave owners. No payments. I mean, you've got to remember now, that part of the world is like the gold rush times at this time period. Everybody went there to make money and to, off the back of my ancestors, make money. And what we've got to talk about now is that all that finance that came through, came to the city of London. Many people in England had shares, part ownership of my ancestors, and this money permeated throughout the whole of Britain, not just London. I have a surname that's Scottish, and there was many Scottish slave owners. I recently went to a place in Scotland and found that one of the slave owners from the Caribbean built many of the churches, built many of the schools, libraries. So on the back of my ancestors, this country and many other European countries, because we can't say it's just the United Kingdom. We can think about Spain. We can think about Portugal. We can think about France. We can definitely talk about Belgium. The whole amount of these finances is what made Europe the financial powerhouse that it is today. And this is what we want to correct. This is what we want to acknowledge. This is what we want to look at. And Extinction Rebellion is leading the way on that. And don't get me wrong, there's other people who've been talking about this as well. Some very, very big economists. Guess what? I can't name them because I'm not, that's on my head. But this is the way that we have to go forward. By looking at what happened historically. Number one, doing no harm. That's a massive thing. What is happening at the moment? And then to readdress. And we readdress by repair. We often thought that we were doing, and the motto, it's about building back communities, building back people, making a better share of what's going on. You know, for example, we know that the West Indies and other small island nations are going to be in real trouble because of the climate crisis. Parts of these reparations could possibly be making these countries and islands all ready to deal with the weather patterns that are going to be changing in the future. That's what I mean. Like, as I said, we're going to get better people to lead. We really know about the numbers. We really know about the situation of driving realty, right? But I can tell you what, I'm sure you and I get the basic principle of why it's done. It's the blood money. I'm just going to sit out and listen to Sandra. She's not with us. I'm sure you know with us in your heart when you hear the Sandra thing. That is our cry. Sorry, mate, you have to speak out louder. I can't hear you. Okay. Is that any better, my friend? There's big crowds here today, people. A big crowds. And we're just starting to approach. We're just starting to approach one of the main companies that has been at the forefront of the destruction of many of the South World's nations. I'm just trying to show you now, we're just coming up to the front of the building now. And this company is called Standard Charter. Excuse me, gentlemen. Excuse me. Just trying to make sure you guys get a good shot. It's symbolic here when we're talking about those handprints. Those handprints of my ancestors is what made this company. There's handprints there, and I see that directly as a sign of my ancestors. The colour red we all can associate with blood. The blood of my ancestors many, many, many years ago, who have not been forgotten, and that we all stand on the backs of. Extinction Rebellion, outside of Standard Charter. The building has been covered in red paint, but that's a symbol of blood of the ancestors, and they have not been forgotten in this act. You can see that. They have not been forgotten. Just going to get out of the bit. It's a bit manic here. There's a lot of camera guys trying to squeeze on out, make some commentary on the side. Okay, it's a little bit a little bit more restful and peaceful here. But you can see there's been a marking on the building. And I'm going to say it again, you're going to think this is a bit mad, but like that colour of red, it symbolises the blood of the ancestors gone by, who were used, profited, discarded, and believed to be less than human in the same way that animals are often treated as well, for the profit for others. Yeah, there might be a little bit noisy. The samba band is just stepping through. March is continuing, so I'm going to leave what's going on here and trying to follow on. We really had a great turnout today. We really have had a great turnout. I feel that the ancestors have our backs today. I really do feel my ancestors have our backs today. Okay, I think you can see that we have some action. Just going to check this drummer out. Look at this. Beautiful drumming. Beautiful drumming. This is really important stuff here. You know, if we're going to change the world, if we're going to make sure that things go in a different direction, you have to start by acknowledging the past. And if you don't acknowledge the past, you can't go forward. And I think you can just see in front of me, this is the Corporation of London building. And there seems to be some more acknowledgement on this. Out because I think we're making far too noisy for me to be heard. But I'm just going to say again, the City of London, the Corporation of London building has been covered in red paint. Again, talking about making a visual representation of the ancestors. I've got to get there first, bruv. I'm gone.
The bank funneled 31.42 billion into fossil fuels since the agreement was signed. The current policy, you will see, it still funds major coal companies up to 2030 and beyond. They are lying to us when they say they are acting on climate. Two of the Standard Chartered's clients are Arado Energy and Top Frontier Investment Holdings, responsible for mining and deforestation in Indonesia and Philippines, respectively. The impacts of the invasive practices are not just environmentally detrimental, but have led to armed conflict and violence beyond these countries. We are non-violent. We stand for our brothers and sisters in non-violence. According to the resource curse theory, countries rich in mineral resources tend to experience poor economic performance. This means that whilst banks and funders such as Standard Chartered make an abundance of profits from environmental exploitation, the local communities who live in these resource-rich areas tend to live in poverty, which is which is then further exacerbated by the environmental impacts of mining, such as deforestation, the causes of flooding and destructions of homes. Let's not make no mistake here. These are the people that are responsible for our planet right now in the climate and ecological emergency. There is no other time to hold these banks accountable. We need these funding stopped right now. Thank you. Extinction! Extinction!
We're going for another little walk. How cynic is this? You know? Just people walking about. So, when I say climate, you say justice. Climate! Climate! When I say climate, you say justice. Climate! Climate! Black lives matter! Black lives matter! Black lives matter! Black lives matter! Decolonize! 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 Decolonize!
Forces on the picture, even coming like a tree. Forces on the picture, no one to look a little beer, behind the beer, the steel. Power just power, power just power. Forces on the picture.
We're here of the historic injustices being flanked on, the injustices So our demand is to stand in charge of immediate divest of all of their fossil fuel assets, take the climate and laundering emergency seriously.
How can they agree? How can they support the climate? How can they agree there's a climate crisis and continue to fund these organisations? Just, I'm in the right place. I'm doing the right thing.
I shouldn't laugh, but I am. Thanks a lot. Pawn takes queen.
Imagine 133 to get the last Gresham Street. And we also have a city band with Richard. But as I was saying, teacher.
Welcome, Extinction Rebellion. We're in the streets. We're in the centre of the finance quarter in London. That's really known as Bank. And rebels who've really stepped up about talking about and recognizing we need to decolonize the economy have already made their mark. Red paint has been daubed, sprayed, thrown at Corporation of London and also Standard Charter. And I'm going to say it again, you might get a little bit bored, but I feel like the ancestors are with us today. When you see that blood and the hands there, I can feel that they've got our backs and that we're on the right side of history. It's difficult talking about these kind of subjects when the majority of our populations, our brothers and sisters in Europe, don't quite get it. But this is part of the solution of us dealing with, climate justice, not just trying to repair it a little bit, but making sure that all communities from all parts of the world, whether the north or the south, are looked after and are seen as precious. I don't know, I think I might try to chat to some people and just see if anybody wants to talk about today. Would you like to talk about today? Hello. Hello. I'm just going to ask you just to hold this so that everyone can hear you really nicely.
What are you live streaming? Or
I am live streaming. Is that okay?
That's fine. Where are you live streaming?
Up to my boss, who's going to be live streaming. I don't know what's going on. I don't know about the technology, but it's definitely going to Extinction Rebellion live stream. Can I just ask why you're here? What are you doing?
Well, I'm a young person, and I believe that we all deserve a future. And I feel like it's sort of my responsibility, and as a young person, my responsibility to fight for that future. So, yeah.
Do you believe, and I what's the difference between dealing with the climate crisis and climate justice? Do you have any kind of thought on that?
I think climate justice is to do with the indigenous people who are mostly being affected in places where we can't really see, and basically the people who are being most affected and the people who...
I'm going to ask you to move slightly to the side, because I really prefer you in one piece, my friend. Yeah. Okay, well, thank you for that. I'm going to, and I'm brilliant that you're down here.
Thank you. You too.
Bring it on, yeah? Okay, I might try and talk to some other people as well. Let me just, I'm trying to see, we seem to be on Alden Mulberry Road, wherever that is, EC2, I'm not too sure about it. Yeah. Okay, cool. Sweet.
The global south, the law firms that represented them, and the institute that enabled them to operate with impunity. The twin crisis of climate and racism cannot be separated, and the City of London demonstrates this. It is the same ideology that humans and the planet are merely resources to be exploited, which leads to the slave trade and which allowed runaway climate breakdown. We must recognize that the root of these crises go deeper, just the burning of fossil fuels. We need to change the ideology which drives the crisis. What I would like you to understand, you can no longer stand silent when you see these inequalities. These buildings were built on the backs of our ancestors. These buildings and the resources in here, they need to be held accountable. So we stand and we show solidarity. And this is why as sisters movement, Black Lives Matter, Extinction Rebellion, we stand united to decolonize the economy. Decolonize! Decolonize! No justice! No justice! No justice! No racism! When I say kill, you say the bill. Kill, kill. When I say kill, you say the bill. Kill, kill. When I say kill, you say the bill. Kill, kill. When I say kill, you say the bill. Kill.
We don't want your blood money, wanna fix the world, honey. We don't want your blood money, wanna fix the world, honey. We don't want your blood money, wanna fix the world, honey. We don't want your blood money, wanna fix the world, honey. Blood money,
We don't want your blood
money, wanna fix the world, honey. Remember this one for later. Remember this one.
I've got Natalie from Operation Accountability. Give some love to Natalie. everybody. I'm here to tell you all a little secret. How many of you know that we have two Londons? There's the City of London where we are right now. Okay, how many of you know that there are two Londons? None of you know. This is the City of London, then we have London. The City of London has different jurisdiction to the rest of London. These old pirates in this building, they are guilty of the same crimes they've been committed against us for the last 600 years. The Mayor of London, William Russell, it would be very nice if you could come outside and speak to us, or Mark Lewis Emerson, who has his hands on our children, and this organisation here, they are guilty of selling our children the school to prison pipeline. Every school that this organisation has got their hands on the pipeline, they are working with the Old Bailey, which is their territory, and selling our children to the prison services for a lot of money. I want you to all go home and do your own research. In case you want to call me a conspiracy, there is nothing hidden in front of us. Everything is in front of our eyes. I'm not going to talk too long, but do your research when you get home. These are the criminals. These are the pirates of the Caribbean. The original pirates. I say climate, you say justice. Climate, climate. When I say climate, you say justice. Climate, climate. Vienna, give me that song again.
We don't want your blood money, wanna fix the world, honey.
We don't want your blood money, wanna fix the world, honey. We don't want your blood money,
wanna fix the world, honey.
we don't want your blood money,
wanna fix the world, honey.
Let's go for another walk, right? Isn't this such a nice little song? Do you know?
Here we go.
Tell me what democracy looks like!
This is what democracy looks like!
Tell me what democracy looks like!
This is what democracy looks like!
Tell me what democracy looks like!
This is what democracy looks like!
Extinction!
Okay, so we're lucky because we're at the back of the queue of the march, so we can be heard a little bit. And I've got, could you introduce yourself?
Hi, my name's Sammy.
Sammy, so I've got Sammy with me, and Sammy, you're going to be able to talk to me a bit about why you're here today. So could you answer that for me now? Why you find yourself at the back of this very long queue of people trying to fight for climate justice and also racial justice within that as well?
Yeah, so I'm here today fighting for climate justice because the environment, the climate is being destroyed by the 1%, by capitalism. Everywhere, 71% of all global emissions are created by 100 companies, and we're here to demand that those companies, that the government stops investing in fossil fuels, because fossil fuels are destroying the planet, and it's our planet, it's everyone's planet, and we're here also fighting for racial justice because everything is interlinked. So for example, land back, we need land back. Indigenous people have been some of the best protectors of the climate and of the environment for hundreds and hundreds of years. And because of colonisation, they've been taken out of power, and then industrialisation has happened and it's destroying our planet. And we're here to say enough is enough. The planet is for everyone, not just the 1%.
I agree with you, but what would would you say to those that don't, that say, be that as it may, that what you're doing here is pointless?
Well, I mean, dying is pointless. Not being here is even more pointless. If the planet gets destroyed, there's no planet left. There is no planet B, and that's what XR says. So if we're not here, then what are we going to do? Sit at home and do nothing? We need to stand up and fight because it's our planet.
That's so well articulated, thank you. Is there anything else you want to say?
Get involved in your local groups, whether that's XR groups, whether that's left-wing political groups. Get involved. We need to be organising as a community. We need to be standing together, fighting for all forms of oppression, whether it's climate oppression, racial oppression. We need to stand together because together we can fight and we can win.
Thank you so much. That was amazing.
Thank you.
Wow.
Right. Really friendly.
I'm going to weld it.
It might be too
Yes, totally. Yeah.
I guess we're going to 4 minutes left to 0.
Thanks, Vlad. Thank you for inviting me. It's great to be part of this from afar. Greetings from Norway, where I am at right now in Oslo, joining the Nordic Rebellion for this week. I was invited to speak here to talk about the frontline struggles where I come from in Argentina, where we are facing many of the multinational companies and banks that are continuing to profit from the destruction and devastation of our communities, including indigenous peoples, communities. The Mapuche people are by far the most affected in our country, where Vaca Muerta, one of the world's biggest oil and gas basins, unconventional shale gas and shale oil basins, is located. And the Mapuche people are suffering displacement of communities, the contamination of their land, the death of their children and people in general with illnesses caused by fracking done by multinational companies from your countries in Europe that are doing abroad things that they are banned from doing at home. A concrete example from England is BP. BP is one of the leading corporations fracking Argentina, fracking the rest of the world, while they cannot do so at home, as England has recently implemented a moratorium on fracking. And yet BP joins the club of the other leading world biggest multinationals that are based in Europe, including Total,
from France, Repsol from Spain, Wintershall from Germany, and Equinor here from Norway, a state-owned company that from a government that claims to be a climate leader, and yet is destroying our lands and our communities in the rest of the world. So I think what you guys are doing right now in England is really important and really inspiring. I am seeing a lot of people on the streets. I was told there was thousands in your rebellion, and I'm really happy to see that. And I'd like to ask you to not stop until we can achieve the divestment and to stop financing the destruction of the planet, because it's not only about actions of solidarity with the global south, but also for your own survival. As England and Germany and Norway and the others will not be exempt from the consequences of global warming and the climate crisis, as even if places like Norway might end up with a warmer climate and a more, a friendlier climate for people, but don't forget about the human consequences of the climate crisis. You're going to end up having millions of refugees. The world is going to be thrown into a huge chaos and civil wars and fascist governments everywhere. It will be a world far away from what you dream for your children and grandchildren. And that's why it's so important what you're doing and what we are doing, and people taking action all over the world. We need to stop the financing of this devastation and ecocides, not only from the banks, but also from the states. In many cases, including in England, it's been shown that the governments are subsidizing these multinationals and these kinds of operations. So it's not only the banks. In an article by The Guardian from a year or two ago, it was revealed that, that England was misdirecting £1 billion that were meant to finance green energies, and they were misdirecting that to finance fracking in Argentina. So as long as these double standards continue to go forward and the people remain, they ignore that or they look the other way, there will be no hope for being able to avert the climate crisis, because we only have one planet. And the colonialism that we are fighting, the colonialism that I'm referring to with this financing of things, doing environmental crimes abroad that they cannot do at home, is going to mean to spell doom for all of us, including for Europe. So thank you for inviting me, and let's continue coming together. We need to bring down Equinor, BP, Repsol, Total, Wintershall, because there will be no future if they can keep going and continue with this maniac extraction and exploitation of the world.
Again, here at the start of the march here, so at this point these guys are probably walking through amongst the noise now, but I managed to get a chat with them beforehand. They're holding the banner that says Code Red for Humanity. That's obviously echoing the report made by the UN and the IPCC, saying that really we've run out of time in many ways, but we definitely still do have time to lessen the impacts of the climate crisis if we act now. Here, holding the banner, I've got this gentleman with me here. Could you introduce yourself, please?
My name is John Atkinson.
John Atkinson. You don't need to talk into the mic, don't worry, I've got it here.
Okay.
John Atkinson. Okay, so John, why are you here today holding that sign?
So particularly in the financial districts and outside the Bank of London, because we've been told about the Build Back Better thing, and we've just seen no evidence of that. All the money is still going into the fossil fuel industries. One thing I was particularly shocked to learn recently was the So obviously the UK is often seen as a very small part of the contribution to the global climate issue because it's a relatively small country, but actually the financial part of the UK is responsible for 15% of carbon emissions, and so the finance behind these industries have much greater impact than what the government does actually. You know, we focus on the government so much, but actually it's the finance industries which are creating this situation that we're in, that is destroying the world at a rapid pace.
Absolutely, and I mean there's so much research out there, you and I know about it, and if you and I know about it, unless you're some expert at the top of in government, which I'm assuming you're not, the fact that we know about it says a lot. Exactly. And the fact that we know about it and we're outright outraged by it, we really need something to happen fast. Just to put this in perspective for anybody watching now, Pakistan, a place that's threatened by droughts at the moment and is having huge consequences from the climate crisis, much more so than we are in the UK, uses I think 0.4 Earths if the whole world was to run by their means, but the UK is about 3.5 Earths. So that puts in perspective our usage, and then you consider our government involvement in actually financing the fossil fuel industry. On top of that, bear in mind that we're one of the biggest financially stable countries, I suppose is the right word to use. Our investments are hugely steeped in fossil fuels, as you mentioned before. How does that make you feel as a British person to know that we're involved not only in financial involvement but also in the breakdown of communities and countries and eventually our own country as a consequence of the climate breakdown we're exacerbating?
I mean, it feels terrible, and we are, you know, we have enormous responsibility as members of this country to try and exert pressure on one of the most powerful parts of the globe. The crazy thing is, all these promises that we're hearing now from the politicians, and it's all been done before, you know, the G7 or even in the G20, I think it was 10 years ago, they promised to end fossil fuel subsidies, and that hasn't happened. I mean, that was promised 10 years ago. And so what we're hearing now, all the kind of promises and all the kind of like stuff about, you know, we're changing, well, we're not. You know, things are carrying on just as they were.
And we're coming up now to the COP26, which is obviously probably the last hope actually for action to be made. The sign that you're holding above you reads the code red for humanity, I believe, which is pretty poignant. What would you say to anybody who is in a position of power that might be watching this now, who is going to the COP26 or might be able to have any influence in that realm? What would you say to those people that are currently ignoring the gravity of this situation?
I mean, I'd say what you just said about this is the last chance, really. I mean, in another way, there's never a last chance. It's always, you know, there's always more to do. But if we don't do something very, very dramatic now, we're facing absolute disaster. And that, you know, it's not going to take that long for you know, the classic phrase history to judge that, you know, these people will still be alive. The people that are making these decisions will probably still be alive by the time the chaos is kicking in big time.
Cutting off our nose to spite our face, and it needs to change. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you for talking to me. Is there anything else you want to say?
Just for anyone watching this, please join us, really. We're in a desperate situation and we need all the support we can get to put pressure on the people that can actually affect the change.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I agree with you. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful protest.
We are standing in solidarity. Black Lives Matter, XR, to call for climate justice. And that's something that we need to take. Because there's so many things we're doing. We're trying to provide and
Take a step back onto that box, step with me, please. Thank you very much. Get back on the step, please.
we can, I'd like to start what I want to say. If I can, I'd like to start what I'd like to say first by thanking the guardians of this land that we stand on. It might not seem like they're here. It might seem like this glass, these buildings, this concrete, this death has killed them, but it hasn't. So I want to start by thanking the guardians of this land because they're there. Thank you. We're here today in front of this law firm that has protected shell corporate interests. But we're here today not only to speak about that. They're just one symptom. They're just one organization that is doing this all over the world, everywhere. This is not only happening in Nigeria, it is happening in Bangladesh, in Pulbari, in Colombia, in Cerrejón. Everywhere, all around the world, corporate interests are being protected by the law. What does that mean to you? What does that mean to us? Because the theme of today is decolonize, I want to start by talking about that. And I want to decolonize what England means to you. I need you to understand that what you think England is just a package. It's a package for capitalism and imperialism. Ruth Wilson Gilmer, critical race scholar from the US, decolonized North Ayala. She says, capitalism requires inequality and racism enshrines it. And imperialism systematizes it. What does that mean to you? What does it mean to you to understand that what you think England is merely a package to hide the corporate interests of capitalism, the accumulation of the white patriarchy that is built on the backs of enslaved people? What does that mean to you? What does that mean to you? What does it mean for me as a Colombian person to stand here today in front of you? What does that mean? I need you to understand that you're getting the scraps. I need you to understand that the idea of what England means to you, even the precious NHS, is the scraps. Even the vaccine rollout, the most successful vaccine rollout, where 15% of the population at the beginning of the pandemic, when the vaccine was starting to get rolled out, 15% of the population were getting 70% of the vaccines. What does that mean to you? I'm going to tell you what it means. It means you're getting the scraps. That's nothing compared to what they're accumulating. Nothing. Your welfare system, your social security, your NHS is nothing compared to what they've accumulated. Nothing. And I need you to understand that. It's absolutely nothing. People have been saying that the UK has spent 37 billion in the Afghanistan operation. Over there, our brothers and sisters are siblings. But they have made 100 billion in arms trade. Your taxpayer money, those 37 million, are nothing compared to the 100 million they've made from arms. Are nothing compared to the dispossession, the rape, the pillage on which this city is built. What you think England is just a package for this place, for the city of London. Sorry, man, let me get my notes. I know I have notes. And you know why they give you the scraps? Do you know why they give you the scraps? They give you the scraps to keep you numb to the dispossession that you're complicit in. They give you the scraps to
can keep going to your job because you still have social security, because you still have all of these other things. They give you the scrubs to keep you dead inside. My question to this country, do you as a people, do you see yourselves as a people or as a nation? Because there's a difference. There's a massive difference. Do you see yourselves as the English people, the British people? If you're seeing yourselves as the English, as an English person, you're talking about decolonization? Talk about Wales. Talk about Scotland. Talk about Ireland. What are you doing? Not talking about Ireland, Scotland, and Wales. The process of colonization changed the world, but it changed you. It changed you. It changed me. It changed my life. But I'm gonna change my life now. I'm gonna do that, guided by my ancestors, by my grandmothers, by my grandfathers, by my grand-siblings, by everyone that's ever suffered and rise above it. Who are your ancestors, England? Is it here? Thank you to our siblings. They're being taken away now for standing up for justice and truth. And my little body looks weird. And I leave you now just with a question of what decolonization means to you as a people, to you as a person, to you as a human being. And I ask you, do not settle for the scraps, because the scraps will turn into eco-fascism, and we know that. The scraps will turn into eco-fascism, and we know that. Tear the package apart. Tear all of this package apart. This is not who you are. It can't be. It can't be. It cannot be. Gracias.
Decolonize.
Decolonize.
Decolonize. Decolonize. We don't want your blood money.
Wanna fix the world, honey.
We don't want your blood money.
Wanna fix the world, honey.
We don't want your blood money.
Wanna fix the world, honey.
We don't want your blood money.
Wanna fix the world, honey.
And let's go for more strolls.
Pueblo unido jamás será vencido. People united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. People united will never be defeated.
My name is Roman Krasnarek. I'm a writer, a philosopher, and author of a book called The Good Ancestor, How to Think Long-Term in a Short-Term World. And the reason I'm standing here in solidarity with Extinction Rebellion today is because I believe we live in the age of the tyranny of the now. Our politicians can't see beyond the next election or even the latest tweet. Businesses can't see beyond the quarterly report. Nations sit around international conference tables, bickering away while the planet burns and species disappear. We need to challenge this age of chronic short-termism. That is what the science is telling us in the latest IPCC report. We need to start taking the long view about the impacts that climate change are going to have upon us. I believe we've colonized the future. We treat the future like a distant colonial outpost where we can freely dump ecological degradation as if there was nobody there. And the tragedy is that future generations aren't here to do anything about this pillaging of their inheritance. They can't leap in front of the king's horse like a suffragette. They can't stage a sit-in like a civil rights activist. They can't go on a salt march to defy their colonial oppressors like Mahatma Gandhi. So we are here to do it for them, to take to the streets in non-violent direct action and give a voice to all those generations who are yet to be born. There are 7.7 billion of us alive today, but in the next 2 centuries alone, tens of billions of people will be born. Amongst them, all your children and their grandchildren and their grandchildren and the friends and communities on whom they'll depend. And if there's one question that is here to unite us all, it's this: are we being good ancestors? How are we going to be remembered by the generations to come? And I believe by taking part in actions like this that we will be the good ancestors that future generations deserve.
Welcome all, Extinction Rebellion in the city of London, but we're in the centre of the financial quarter. This is Bank and the surrounding streets. We've just had some fantastic speakers just recently, and it was really fantastic to hear one of the speakers talk about decolonisation from a point of view of Great Britain. I was very, very honoured not so long ago to go to Wales. And the reason I went to Wales was to play samba, particularly for a village called Llywelyn. Llywelyn was a village, obviously in a valley in Wales, when Liverpool decided that they needed more water. And so they applied to whoever in the British government to have Llywelyn flooded and that they could pump water from there into Liverpool. The Welsh people rose up. The Welsh people, you know, they really did not want this to happen to their village. And it did take a little bit of time, possibly 5 to 7 years. Again, don't quote me, I'm not fantastic on dates. But eventually Llywelyn was flooded. This is a sign of colonisation, where a group of people with a connection with land are then ignored, and they lost that village. Talking to people at this memorial, what was very, very clear was that how many elders have been lost. You can imagine as somebody who's born in a village, especially in Wales, it's real community minded in this place, Llywelyn. Very close to, and I'm going to butcher it, please don't kill me Welsh people, Machynlleth. And I'm sure I'm not saying that in the proper Welsh term. But they lost a lot of elders when Llywelyn was flooded for water in Liverpool. And we all know how precious our elders are. They have the voices and the experience and the knowledge to pass on to younger people. And obviously watching their village being flooded was just too traumatic to quite a lot of them, and they lost their lives. They left this planet, this world, far, far too early. People often forget when we talk about colonisation, it didn't start outside of the British Isles. It started here. Think of Ireland. Ireland was a colony for many, many years, and the strong fight back from the Irish people is the result of the Republic of Ireland that we have today. We have to learn from our past. If we don't learn from our past, we cannot go forward. And as mentioned by a previous speaker as well, the current leaders we have, and I'm really struggling to call them leaders, they don't have the capacity to think in generational terms. They have the capacity to think about what gets them elected in the very next time period. We all know that when we think about indigenous communities, when they make decisions, it's often within the time period of 7 generations. Not like we do in Britain, where, you know, it really is 5 years, what do I have to say to get in, and no thought about our youth. If you look at this march today, there's a lot of youth here, and it's their future that we're, you know, I'm an old git, mate, I'm 50, I'm almost 50. I ain't going to be seeing the worst of this climate crisis. It's the kids. Anyone under the age of, 15, 16, they're going to be living in a horrendous environment. And if we don't start addressing this, centering climate justice, centering those companies that have done wrong, and for them to start reparations, which does include money, but it's not exclusive, we have got no chance of keeping this beautiful Mother Earth. We've got no chance at all. Remember, colonisation did not start abroad. It started in Scotland. It started in Wales. This is where... Oh, and I'm going past, I'm sorry, I'm just murdering a building, really, and I'm going back to the march now. It's having that disconnect to the land. If you see the land as something that is just going to service you personally, make you personally wealthy, we're on the wrong track. We need to be thinking of what is best for communities. We need to be thinking about what is best for our future generations, and start finding leaders who have that mentality, the mentality of 7 generations. If they don't have that mentality, don't vote for them. We've got to start moving these people out. They are not the leaders. Leaders make good choices for the majority. The leaders we have presently, well, you know what I think, I can't swear. I've already done too much swearing previously. But, oh, yeah, sorry, thank you. We need to be looking at the type of leaders we have, and we don't have the right leadership at the moment. You must think in the terms of 7 generations. That's what this climate crisis is about. We have not thought about future generations. We've thought about ourselves, and I include myself. Let's be frank, I only found Extinction Rebellion about 2.5 years ago, or it might be 3 now. Before that, I was happily drinking beer and watching football and supporting the best football team in the world, which is Manchester United, but that's debatable. And I went to see a talk by a gentleman called Sir David King, who talked about small islands, small nations, and he described what would happen to, being, we're gone. We're gone. If people don't start thinking about the whole world, sea rise level, rising temperature, resulting in sea rise levels, makes hurricanes in the West Indies much, much stronger. Imagine, we already have a situation in the West Indies at the moment when a hurricane happens, obviously bridges, infrastructure, communities are broken. So then the country has to go and borrow money to make repairs and make the place livable again. But remember, this is an interest rate. You also have to build back stronger than previously, so that the insurance people will let you have this money in the first place. So there's a constant cycle of debt going on. It just doesn't stop. It's a constant cycle of debt. Hurricanes happen, break down, and then we've got big problems. So you can see there's a lot of smoke here going on. I have to say as well, today, I've been in Extinction, like I said, maybe 2-3 years, but I do have to say rebellions are melding into one, unfortunately, because we've got some idiots for leaders. But today is the most diverse group of people I've seen in Extinction Rebellion. I'm seeing brothers and sisters who are obviously from African descent. I've seen people here from Asian descent, definitely from Pakistan, India. We've got a real mixture of people here who recognise how serious this problem is. If you're worried, if you're frightened about the climate crisis, You just need to go to Extinction Rebellion's website. It'll explain to you the basic principles of what's going on, how you can get involved. You can't stand by. I mean, you can stand by if you want. You can stand by if you want. But if you want to make a difference, if you want your voice heard, join us. Join us. We're here to make a difference and to stop the harm. All of this, everything you see here today, this is these people talking about stopping the harm and trying to address what's going on. That's what's happening here. Hello, I'm being really rude and sticking a camera in your face. Is there any chance I can chat to you? Is it alright if I can interview you?
Okay, that might not be comfortable.
There's no problem, but I love the fact that you're here with me, sister. Alright? Stay blessed. Thank you very much. Stay blessed. Stay blessed. Fella, any chance I can interview you, bud?
Of course you can.
Okay.
Can I just say before you do that?
No, you're that way.
I love the speech you did, Piccadilly Circus.
Thank you very much, sir.
You use your body, you use your passion, and you use your heart.
Thank you very much.
You said it all.
Thank you very much.
So much.
Can I ask you to step on the side here, because otherwise we will get a load of marchers. Can I just ask, why are you here? Why are you here?
Why am I here?
Do you want to hold that so it's nearest your mouth? Yeah, just that. No,
just this bit. Yeah. Because I've travelled around this world over the past 40 years. It is just so beautiful, so spectacular, so amazing, and I love all of it. It also happens to be my home. And we and our governments and capitalism is destroying our home. And I can't take any more of it. I literally cannot take any more of it. The grief inside is bursting out. So I'm here on the streets to do my little bit in the vain hope that we can achieve some positive change to go forward with and create a green, sustainable future for us all.
Fella, respect. Thank you for the time. And I love the fact you're standing side by side with me. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Yeah, I'm just trying to get some vibes of people in the crowd. Again, I'm saying, when you see this, when you see all of these people here, they're saying, stop the harm. Understand clearly, they're saying, stop the harm. Stop pouring petrol on top of a fire. That's what's happening right now with these companies. When you hear that we're going to open up more oil fields, when we hear that they're looking to invest more in fossil fuels, they're pouring petrol on the fire, and it needs to stop. And it starts here. It starts here with Extinction Rebellion, but I've got to say, on the backs of others, we do say the Ogoni. They've been fighting this for a long time. They're a Nigerian crew that happen to have oil on their land, and they have just been ripped apart by this process. People have died. If you want to check out the Ogoni 9, you'll find out what happened. There was a bit of collaboration between some dodgy crew, and then people ended up going to trial and losing their lives. We're here today as Extinction Rebellion. We're going to stop the harm. That's why everybody is here. Stop pouring petrol on a fire. So I remember, people, colonisation didn't start in the West Indies. It didn't start in Australia. Colonisation started in Britain with the Welsh folk, with the Scottish, the Irish. It all started in the British Isles. Check your history, because I tell you now, that's one of the most important things we can do to fight what's happening with climate justice, is to educate ourselves. They're not going to teach you. I have to be honest, I didn't learn one thing about Northern Ireland. I didn't hear one thing about Northern Ireland when I grew up. The only reason why I knew about the Irish situation was because I had some Catholic friends who were Irish who've moved over here. So you don't know this history unless you bother to educate yourselves. And it's very important that you do educate yourselves. Because if you don't educate yourself, some mug will do with a TV screen and some newspapers, and you'll be surprised what you'll think. You'll be surprised. As you can see, the crowd is still strong. The crowd is still strong. I'm just going to try and get a little bit of action at the front. We've got a wonderful pink banner. I'm just going to try and check out what it says at the front here. We've got a banner that says "Government in bed with climate criminals," and we know who they are. We know their Shell. We know they're companies that represent Shell when they go to court, when they've damaged or brutalised people in a country, and they get away with it because businesses are in bed with others. Oh, I've gone off. That's really annoying. Hello? It's weird, I can't, yeah, okay, I'll carry on, but my screen's gone. Okay, yeah. So, I'm gabbing a bit, people, I'm gabbing a bit, and I hope you're liking my gab. But it's really important that you educate yourselves. This is not something you're going to learn in a textbook. This is not something you're going to learn about.
This is what democracy looks like! This is what democracy looks like! This is what democracy looks like! Rebellion! 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 Show me what democracy looks like! This is what democracy looks like! Show me what democracy. This is what democracy looks like!
So, yeah, tell us what made you want to join Extinction Rebellion and what you're doing today.
Well, I've been part of Extinction Rebellion for 3 years now. I joined in 2019, and I just felt so strongly that we need to change our whole system, really. There are things that need to be done immediately, but there are also wide-ranging systematic changes that need to be done to preserve everyone's health and happiness around the whole world. Anyway, so before getting too deep, we're here today immediately to try and wake up the government to the fact that this is an actual existential crisis. There aren't going to be any jobs, there aren't going to be any investments that can fix this unless we do it now. Unless we stop all new investment in fossil fuels and make sure that we're putting our energies into transitioning every part of our society and educating and involving everyone. I mean, the whole idea of this couple of weeks was to get people talking, to get everyone's ideas in, because we're all unique and we all have our own skills, and we can all work together and get through this, and hopefully there'll be a future for my children and her children, because when I realized that this was the last generation that's had it easy, I just thought, God, how guilty do I feel, you know? But we can change that. We can make a better world for everyone, and especially these richer countries ourselves need to lead the way and help, give a hand and help the other countries up, because it's the poorer countries that are being most affected immediately. So there's an ethical issue there. So.
Thank you very much.
No,
Thank you.
Sorry if I went on too much.
Take off their helmet.
It has taken an enormous amount of courage, an enormous amount of love to be stood here today with you guys. Each and every one of you has made this possible. The world is waking. It needs to awaken. We are at the point of a climate collapse. That is not just human life is at risk, but all life on this planet is at risk. And whilst we stand and busy ourselves in the everyday, there is huge corporations, banks, and the Guildhall that are taking money and extracting it and putting it into their coffers. My God, I don't know what planet they're going to go and to spend their money on. Because really, what's going to be left? It's going to be nothing's going to be left for us to be living on. So today we've taken a tour around the city and we've highlighted law firms Law firms have made it absolutely possible for corporate corruption. Without this systematic buddying system that they've got, so law firms, banks and the Guildhall, all in it together, all complicit. And that is why we have this extraction of wealth and extraction of resources and our planetary climate. We are in this position as humans because of it. No longer should any of us stand by. And I hope that this will awaken those that are not to come and stand and join. Because the air we breathe is something we all share. No one else can stop this from happening but you, the individual, the each and every one of you that is so powerful, but yet been denied your power. Step into your power. We welcome you into your power. So right now we're outside Maple's group. This group was built on blood money. It's members of offshore magic circle. So remember, this is how they make the blood money disappear. A group of law firms that operate in tax havens and enable companies and private individuals to avoid tax. So whilst you are sitting in your everyday jobs, thinking that you're contributing to society, these guys are extracting it from your pocket and extracting vast wealth. Offshore tax havens suck revenues away from governments. Well, our government is part of the offshore tax havens, so I don't know. And let's face it, many of those politicians are taking that money along with them. From our governments, which could otherwise be spent on healthcare and other things essential to human welfare. They impoverish lower income countries even more. Tax losses to tax havens are overwhelming. The responsibility of higher income countries, 98% in total. Tax losses are a greater proportion of tax revenues in lower income countries. So remember, this is us being divided. The very few have been taking capital and profit at the expense of human life, because that's what's at stake here. The City of London is the core of the whole network of other financial centres in Guernsey, Jersey, the Isle of Man, Bermuda, the Cayman Islands. All of these islands are British offshore sites, guys. This is where all the money is. Maybe we need to take a tour, an island tour. In many cases, financial transactions being decided and agreed upon in London, but are being registered in various tax havens, like the Cayman Islands. So remember, when we put our energy into this system, we're enabling these corporate extractivists to take away our power. The shame on you! Through facilitating this theft, Maple's group makes the money from blood of those who could otherwise benefited from the stolen tax revenues. And this is global. This isn't just here. And remember, here is just as important. Because let's make no mistake, it is the City of London that drives this extraction of wealth across the globe. Call out the truth! Call out the truth!
Call out the truth!
Call out the truth!
Call out the truth! Call out the truth! Call out the truth! Call out the truth!
Countries are losing over 427 billion in tax each year. International corporates abuse and private tax evasions. So this is vast sums. So when they tell us there's no money for our health care, when they tell us that poor people is part of society, whoa. No way. We know where the money is now, guys. It's time to stand in resistance of this narrative, because this narrative divides us. We are all together in this, whether you're middle class, lower class, working poor, climate activists, refugee activists, any activists. This is the same space. It's divided only if we allow them. Movements of businesses here. I call upon all to come and join. Let's work together. This is the time. We've got very little time, but we have time. The climate collapse is here, but let's make sure our voice is heard and these corporations take their foot off our neck. Thank you so much. And just a reminder that this is XR Unify! Let's go for a little walk again, right? And I want you to poor guys across decolonization.
Sorry? Can you hear me through my mask? Okay. Can you tell us what you're doing here? We're protesting. Maple's group basically helps rich people take their money away. So they help with tax evasion. Something that poor people can't get away with, but rich people can get away with any day. So it robs the entire world, but especially poorer countries, and is a significant portion of their income. Thank you.
Yes or no? No. One, two, three, extinction!
business practices and the industrial processes we've chosen to employ over the past 100 years are now putting our climate at risk. Because of their market power, banks and bankers are a crucial part of the way we need to change the system, because otherwise, they are definitely the problem. Having worked in the industry for over 20 years myself, I can tell you that there are many bankers who would like to be part of a positive change. We need to change behavior. We can do so because a healthy, sustainable planet is actually in our economic, political, and social interests. We are in a crucial time in history, and we absolutely must pool together and make a difference. Come join us.
Yeah, it's Extinction Rebellion. We're in the centre of London and the financial quarter. This place, you can't see it, but it's drenched with blood. Colonisation has been damaging to so many countries, peoples and communities around the world. And today we're here to highlight that. One of the things that these people and companies are very good at is hiding their history and making their money move into a different direction so you wouldn't actually know where it came from. We've got some fantastic speeches. People have been telling a little bit more about the history, about the companies that are here. And I'm going to focus on it because it's to me, it's always been amazing whenever we talk about colonisation that people don't think of the United Kingdom. What the Welsh, the Irish and the Scots, excluding Ireland, the British Isles, what they went through. Colonisation was practiced on the Irish first, before any other country. That was Britain's first, colony. Lots of people did very famine, which was induced by the British, and a lot of Irish people leave their homes and find new places, new lands. America and Canada, I know as well. You've got to think. I hope people are understanding that colonisation hasn't just started. It's not a new thing. It happens to people of white backgrounds, as well as people like my hue, which is black, through to Asian, and our indigenous communities. This march here, don't be wrong, there's other environment talks about this, but what's happening here is stopping the harm. This is what Extinction Rebellion is on. We're coming here today and to say you need to stop the harm. Very recently it's been announced, it's been very announced that the British government is now going to be going for more oil fields and more money in fossil fuels. So instead of less calming things down, what's happening is they're pouring more petrol on the fire. And they think we're going to have a lovely barbecue. Guess what? I don't want to be barbecued. I want to save the planet, save the people, and save the lands. And you start by stopping the harm. Look at these lyrics at the front here. Built on blood money. You've also got people over profits. We have really bad leaders who make decisions that are for the first 5 years. They don't think about generationally what their decisions mean. And that's why we are where we are. I want to swear again. I'm not going to swear. But this is why we're in the bitter pub. Because we've got really bad leaders. It's as simple as that. We've got bad leaders. And they cannot think long term. They can only think short term. I'm very heartened, how many white brothers and sisters are out on this march today. I'm really heartened. Because sometimes you chat about this stuff and people look at you like a batshit crazy. Oh, I swore. Sorry about that. But today, look how many people are here. Every colour, every hue. Check this out. Check this out. Look how many people are here. And they're all saying the same thing. Stop the harm. Stop the harm. Stop investing in fossil fuels. That's the gig we've got to get on with. Stop the harm. You can't repair anything if you're still causing harm. And the recent announcement we're going to put more money into fossil fuels, that's not stopping the harm. That's pouring petrol on a fire. And we need to stop that petrol. We're here, Extinction Rebellion. If you want to join, if you're worried about the future like all the rest of us, man, go to the website, check out Extinction Rebellion, man. See if we fit you. You know, if you're in London, we're in the financial district. You can walk down and see what the store is. See if you get the feel and the vibe of the place. You'll be with so many other people in company if you want to stop the harm. Look at how many people are here. Look how many people are here. And they're all saying the same thing. Stop the harm. But once we stop the harm, we can then repair. Oh my days. To those lyrics. That's it. Decolonize. Can you sing it at home with us, man? I'm sure you can. I'm a bit of a sucker for a samba band. I can still see him and hear him in the background. These people have been playing constantly, day after day. And don't get me wrong, right? I know a lot of people. I mean, I love a bit of samba, me. But you've got to kind of remember, it may look like it's a jolly playing in the samba. It ain't. You're playing all day. You're using, and we know this because we've had this discussion in the samba bands, recognising where this music comes from. We don't play pure samba. There's no point saying that we do. We don't. But what we do recognise is this form of music of samba has been a form of resistance for people of African descent in Brazil. And we use samba in that context. We use it in the context of resistance. It's not a joke why we play this music. There is a reason why we play samba. It is a form of music of resistance. And we are resisting what is going on right now. Look how many people are here. Now check your band out. Check your samba band out, man. These people have been working hard since rebellion started. And they're following in that long tradition of resistance. We are not taking this lying down. We are going to fight for our survival. Listen to that. Listen to that. Look at the right of the band, age group, every race. Every type of person is in this band. This is who Extinction Rebellion is. This is who Extinction Rebellion is. I admit, I'm being a sucker. I'm sticking around the sound band. I really like the sound. It energises me. It gives me more energy. It makes me feel joyous that I am resisting in any way that I can. And this is a beautiful way of resisting. Let the bass through. It's the bass through. Today we are honouring the ancestors who lost their lives due to slavery from the British. Today there's been paint grown, sometimes in hand prints, and put onto buildings. And I really do feel like my ancestors have put their hands against those walls saying, I lost my life. I lost my life because of this building. You can't equate buildings to life. And that's what, sorry, excuse me, that's what happened. I'm gonna check some photo out. I'm just wondering, I don't know you, but can I interview you? You can totally say no, by the way. I'm gonna move away. Oh, is it? Yeah? Is that cool?
Wait a minute.
No worries. Yeah, I know, the music's loud. Respect for the earplugs.
Yeah.
I'm just going to put this a little bit closer so we can hear you nicely.
Yeah.
Can I just ask, Why are you here? Are you here?
Oh God, loads of reasons. One reason I have to be here.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a member of XR, so there's the environmental reasons as well. Then this world is so unjust, isn't it? I have to stand up for justice across the world. I mean, look, people say, oh, climate change is happening because of all the emergencies in Europe. Well, those effects have been felt throughout the global south for decades already. And the white people haven't realised it. It's getting a bit closer to home now. So I have to be here in support of, you know, the people who are already dying and had their farms destroyed and their livelihoods gone and their houses flooded already.
I'm going to say blessings because you know what you're talking about. You've joined us, and it makes me proud to be a rebel with you.
Yeah.
You have a blessed day.
Likewise.
Have a blessed day. Have a blessed day.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I've just got somebody out. And you. You see, we've got rebels who know their stuff, man. We have to say that. Recently, really bad floods in Germany, in Belgium, and Poland. And roughly, I've been hearing at least 1,000 people were missing, about 200 people who actually lost their lives. And I'm sure those numbers have changed. I remember, and I said this in a talk, if you've seen this talk, you might be a bit bored because I'm repeating myself, but the woman who was being interviewed, and she was in a state, obviously, because her community had been trashed by the floods. She really did believe this was the kind of thing that happened in what she considered poorer parts of the world. There's a real misconception about the world. The world is just the world. The weather doesn't change or stop or doesn't want to do things because you happen to live in a richer and nicer neighbourhood. What happens to one happens to all. And we do have to start thinking like that. What happens to one happens to all. If we don't want to save, certain parts of the world because we're of different colour skin or we're not seen as financially viable, unless we want a high tax money, which is another question. Europe's it may take time, but they are going to feel it. We're in another space now, and I have to be honest, I don't know what this space is, but I'm going to listen out and get some information and maybe even do some more interviews.
We don't want to play money. We don't want to play money. We don't want to play money.
Look how many people are here, people coming to listen to these talks, find out history of the British financial quarter. They want to know what's going on because they want to react and they want to stop the harm. And this is how it begins, with conversation and information. That's how it begins. I'm just going to try and take a good spot so we can listen to Marvina's lyrics.
Come closer. Closer to me, baby. Can I get you to just turn around and look at the person next to you and just say, are you decolonizing your mind? Are you decolonizing your economy? Stay standing, stay standing, stay standing. Stay standing. Keep moving forward. There's so many people coming to you. We need to fill this place up. Keep coming to you. Don't worry, I'm doing that. Purple, are you okay? You're okay. Okay. Oh, sometimes you need to acknowledge our backup dancers. There are backup dancers who are in. They know the real thing. This is our streets. people are standing in these gaps, are standing in these spaces, and are changing society. We owe it to them to get this right. It's not fair that we're having to tidy a world that we, in fact, I didn't do shit. The government did shit. And be honest to you, this government, these corporations, these banks have benefited on taking from our community. We have no plan B. This is where we need to stand united. The people united will never be defeated. 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 Lavender, come and give us a quick recap. Can you show some love to Lavender?
We're going to do a little recap of the little walk we've done today. How's everyone feeling about the walk we did today? Was it nice to see these little places that we stopped at? So let's do a little recap and remind ourselves why we're out here today with the campaign for decolonising the economy. The walls of the city of London were built on blood money. How do we think about that? These same institutions that are wrapped up in neo-colonial and colonial practices are the same institutions that are driving climate breakdown. How do we feel about that? Shame. So for a little recap, we started off at Standard Chartered. They're a bank that is funding billions of pounds into fossil fuel endeavours in the global south. And this is all despite supposedly agreeing with the Paris Agreement and trying to stay below 1.5 or below 2 degrees. The businesses that they're currently funding money into are on target to hit 5 to 6 degrees Celsius. How do we feel about that? And then we wandered on to the Guildhall, the good old Guildhall. The place, the centre, the symbol of the transatlantic slave trade. Within those walls that we soaked with blood, people were sold for profit. How do we feel about that? And then we continued our little stroll, didn't we? It was lovely. It's a lovely day. We went to deplorable and Plimpton, a law firm defending Shell against the people of the Niger Delta, who for decades have had their lands ravaged, completely ravaged by oil extraction. Lands that, as we know, people rely on for livelihood, for sustenance, for food. How do we feel about that? It's the law firms, it's the people hiding in these buildings that are defending the corporations that we need to call out. The corporations complicit in societal collapse for heading us towards disaster. We need to continue calling them out. We need to let them know how we feel about their neo-colonial practices that are going to make this world uninhabitable. How do we feel about that? And then we continued walking together, and we were making some noise. We went to Maples Group, a law firm that is hiding billions of pounds in offshore tax havens. So when we talk about ordinary people and the people coming together, we all paying our taxes, we're doing what we can to support one another, support the NHS. Meanwhile, these big guys, with the unadulterated help of these law firms, are finding loopholes and getting away with it. And how do we feel about that? And now we're here at the London Stock Exchange. companies are buying and selling and trading our futures. How do we feel about that? Disgusting. So as we stand here today in the walls of the City of London, we need to remind ourselves over and over again that these buildings that they want us to view as tourists and be proud of as citizens of London, we're saying no. I'm not proud of colonialism. I'm not proud that people were sold and traded within these walls. And we're going to continue calling them out until change happens, until change is made.
One solution, revolution! 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 One solution, revolution!
And amidst of all that's happened here today, exposing the blood on these walls, we find ways to resist it through joy, through coming together. And so now I call on everyone, let's make the London Stock Exchange our new dance floor. Let's claim it, let's reclaim the places that have been trying to take it away from the people back to the people where they belong. So now it's time to dance.
Everybody, how are we doing? Remember to check your Telegram. All the information about the rebellion is on there. Keep up to date. We move as individuals but one unit.
Hi Alex, you right?
Alright. Your t-shirt's done a bit.
Okay. You don't want the physical tape, so I was going to offer you the tapes for you.
Thank you. What's the biggest politicians? Hi, fancy an interview. XR live stream. Just basically, what are you doing here today? You okay with that?
Just give me a minute. I might ask.
Sorry? What do you want to do?
I'm sure you can do it. Okay.
You've been volunteered, have you?
Yeah.
Okay, basically, what are you doing? Why are you
Is that we're fine with the mask on?
It'd be easy with the mask on. Okay. Only with the everything. Alright, just give me a moment. So, I'm just going to ask you, who are you and why are you here today at this desk? Okay. Just to get my director to acknowledge here.
I'll just take it off completely. It's audio only, right?
It's video as well.
Video.
Yes, it's live streamed. Once. Okay, here we go. Okay, who are you and why are you standing at this particular desk?
Hi, I'm Zach, and I'm part of a group of us activists in the labour movement, in the trade union and workers movement, who are also active in Extinction Rebellion and the environmental movement. We're trying to fuse the two movements together because we think that's the only way that we can stop climate change and transform society.
So how did you start?
I guess it started by kind of a few different routes, but like different groups of people who found themselves in similar positions. We're kind of, active in, we think that the way that society can be transformed is through workers organising at work, because that's the place where like society is reproduced, where things are made. That's where the power is. But we also are, involved in environmental campaigning. We recognise we have maybe some political criticisms of XR's strategy, but XR is the biggest environmental campaigning group around, and we thought we want to try and bring the two together. So we've got a stall, we've got a petition, and we've got some meetings and workshops at the Rebellion.
Thank you for your time.
Cool. Cheers.
Hi. Hello, XR doctors. Hello. Any XR doctors? Do you mind have a quick interview with you?
Yeah, no, I don't mind at all. Nice to know.
XR live stream. Oh, great. Basically saying who are you and what you do.
Yeah, sure.
I'm just giving you a time to get into Can you tell me who you are and why you're here today?
Yeah, so my name's Patrick. I'm part of Doctors for Extinction Rebellion, and I'm here to keep reminding the world that the climate crisis is also a health crisis, and that we need to stop the harm now, and we need to stop all new fossil fuel funding immediately.
Have you come across on your daily basis evidence of
Very much so. In the UK, I deal with cases of people directly harmed by the effects of the climate crisis. Probably the biggest thing is the direct effects of air pollution, which are tied up in CO2 emissions, which we see all the time, and there's more and more evidence that this harms us in so many ways. So from the obvious lung conditions, but also to brain problems, so dementia, developing brains of children, chronic kidney disease. There's so many ways in which this harms us. And then prior to coming back to the UK, I was working abroad and seeing the direct impact of climate change, of the climate crisis in Southern Africa. So exacerbating poverty, water shortages, food shortages, crop failures, animals, livestock dying. It was just horrendous, and that's what drove me to come here and try and act where I could.
Thank you for your time.
Sure.
I think all of them have dirt on Boris.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello, Alex. How are you? All right. Yeah, I've got this very. I've had a lot of.
Extinction Rebellion, we're live, we're in the house. I cannot believe how many rebels have turned up today. I cannot believe it. As a person of African Caribbean descent, my brothers and sisters have rocked out and turned up here. Freaky, I always find them a bit freaky, but the Red Brigade have turned. There is something about them. They have an energy, but it also freaks me out. But they walked in and they owned the space and came up to the front. We've got plenty of rebels in the house, and I'm going to just see if I can talk to a few folk. 1 second. Excuse me. Would you mind if I had a word with you? It's live though, on Facebook. Would you like to speak at all? Would you like to? Blessings. We have some elders in the house, and I'm just wondering, can I ask why you two have turned up today? I'm just going to move the mic a little bit closer to you. So what's today about? What, being in this particular part of London, what does it mean?
It's about the money that is being spent on fuels, and the fact that it's not banning fossil fuel, licensing.
Yeah, I'm just checking your sign out there. I'm just checking your sign out.
The grandparents, and we have 5 grandchildren, and we're terrified for the future of our children, grandchildren, and the future generations, because if we don't stop all this that's going on, it's just they're not going to have a future. The carbon dioxide is just getting more and more. And, the PCC report has already told us that we're going towards 1.5 degrees Celsius, which is far more than we can even manage. And the more of the fossil fuels we dig out the ground, the more the temperatures go up. We already have seen the fires in America and Canada and Spain and Greece. We've already seen the ice caps melting, and we know the science. We believe the science in COVID. We've all had our injections and our jabs. Why don't we believe the science that is coming out of the IPCC report and the United Nations?
Blessings. Can I ask you, Elder? What you got any lyrics for me? What are you doing here? Why is it important to be here? Why is it important?
Husbands follow women all the time. As the modern world. No, I think basically we live in a small world. Everybody in the world belongs to the same world. We cannot afford to have one country very rich, one country so poor they can hardly feed themselves. On top of it, this climate crisis is something we do not want, we do not need. We have enough problem on our own. Really, look at the weather, earthquakes, and flooding and everything happening. We could actually solve it because these are man-made problems. The climate crisis is made by us. It's not being put by the God, and we can solve it ourselves.
The earth can't sustain the amount that we are using. We're out of time. We're out of everything. We just can't sustain the amount we're taking out of the earth. So,
thank you for being here. Thank you for speaking. Thank you for making that sign. Blessings to you both. Thank you. Rebels. We're all rebels together. Thank you. Like elders, that's elders for you. You ask them, they'll tell you what the score is because they realise it's about the next generation. What we're going to make sure that our next generation have. I'm looking at the future. There's always someone to chat to the future. I'm just going to ask, brother, may I have a word with you about why you're here? All right, brother. Just tell me, why are you here? You're in the financials. What moved you to come here?
Well, I think it's becoming clear to everyone the severity of climate and ecological crisis. It's not far from home. Even in the North Downs in our country, we've had fires. Can you imagine forest fires in the UK? It's just madness.
I didn't know that. You're saying there was fires in the North Downs.
And obviously flooding. The other day, I live in London, and in the space of an hour I cycled central London, South London, and one of the underpasses was flooded within the space of half an hour, under 2 feet of water. It's extreme, and people need to really wake up
You're making a stand, aren't you? You're making a stand. That's why you're here. Right?
I'm here because I'm trying to just do something, just make my voice heard along with other people who are really concerned. I know it's like a behemoth. The City of London has got so much power, and at least we're here. We're showing that it's wrong what they're investing in fossil fuels. They need to stop, and it just can't go on any longer.
Thank you so much for your time. I'm just going to check out your sign, and hopefully we're going to hear some speakers now. Thank you, brother. Thanks for the time. Thank you.
Oil companies and the vested interests are concerned. It's far too much, far too soon, and there is a lot of action in the corridors of power with these think tanks who do not declare where they get their funding from to try to thwart the carbon net zero by 2050 plan. There was Boris Johnson. Let's not call him Boris because he's not our friend. Boris Johnson had a plan to have all that ready before Parliament went into recess so that the people negotiating for COP would have an example to show the rest of the world. The Tufton lot, the Global Warming Policy Foundation, with their allies at the Telegraph, the Times, the Spectator, the Mail, basically all of the billionaire press, have done everything they can, shape-shifted, put articles out, everything within their power, and my friends, they're winning. So this lame-ass proposal that Boris Johnson has got out has mobilised them. And we need to be aware of it because we are the vanguard at the moment of the ecological movement, and a lot of people working with us don't know what's going on. And we need to do something about it. There is a group within Extinction Rebellion that's doing it. My name's Jessica Townsend. I'm part of Writers Rebel, and we did the Tufton Street action at the last rebellion. Thank you. Myself, Rupert Reed, and Claire Farrell were arrested, and we will be tried at the end of October. And we aim, the end of October, just before COP. So we aim to make a hell of a stink about what is going on in denialism. Thank you so much. I really was trepidatious about picking up this microphone because you were all having such a good time dancing. So I'm just about to kind of hand it back. And there's a Mitchell and Webb sketch where David Mitchell looks at Robert Webb. He's wearing Gestapo regalia. And he says, oh my God, do you think we're the bad guys? Global Warming Policy Foundation, you are the bad guys, but come and join us and be part of the solution. Thank you. Decolonize! Decolonize! We don't want your blood money. Wanna save the world, honey. We don't want your blood money. Wanna save the world, honey. Decolonize. Decolonize. Can you give yourself a round of applause for totally smashing it? Look at the way you guys confuse the police officers that didn't even know where to go. They didn't know our moves, so give yourself, it's down to all of you rebels. Aren't you guys just awesome allies? Isn't it nice to stand in solidarity and be able to decolonize the economy? Isn't it great for you to say Black Lives Matter? Black Lives Matter! Extinction! 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 Wow! I don't know about you. I feel feel like I definitely just want to be in that vibration. You know what? We done good today. Turn to someone and say, you done good today. We done good today. What we need to do is that take this feeling and remember that you still need to do some more work, okay? Remember that. Remember you still need to do work. Today's action is history. Tomorrow is your story. Which one do you want to create? So remember, you've got a voice and influence. I know they try and tell you you don't. You've got a voice and influence. I would love you not to go anywhere. I would like you to stick around and chill with me for a couple of hours. You know, taking up space. I would like my allies around me, if that's okay. I would like you to show me that we're part of one big family, the human race, and this is our earth, and we all belong together, and there's no color that would divide us. Race was the social construct that literally we are part of one human race. So I would like you, in between, we're going to have some music. Later on, there's someone that wants to give a poetry walk. Well, no. So what we will do now, we just need that vibration. I don't know about you, I want to shock out. Do you want to shock out? Yeah! Do you want to bump and run a little bit? Yeah! All right, let's see, DJ.
I know Extinction Rebellion XR are mucky and they make a fuss. They're loud, they're disruptive. They sometimes throw paint and other such things, and they block traffic. But what else is going to make politicians really recalibrate, realign, revolutionize politics so that it faces the horrors of climate change and all the damage we're doing to our planet. It's a very complex and a very difficult situation, but unless we recognise that everything has to change, then nothing will change, it seems to me. And I know that you can point the finger of hypocrisy at everybody who owns an object and drives a car, but we're all going to have to rethink the way we live our lives and the way we dispose of all the things we buy and the way society works. And it's much better if we think about it together and without enmity, but understanding a common purpose for the common good. Is that so much to ask? And XR, Extinction Rebellion, seem to be the only people who are sensibly, even if angrily, even if energetically, trying to move society and the world towards this. It's going to be a heck of a fight, but unless we get together, it's a fight we'll lose. So here's to you, XR, and here's to you, everybody out there who's thinking about ways they can help. Not just physically help, but help in terms of persuasion, in getting everybody on board, even those who have been denialists or skeptics or hesitant, as the current word is, about climate change and about our part in it. Even they have to be brought on board, and they must be brought on board with civility and understanding, because it's a very difficult thing for us to realise just how massive this problem is, and therefore how much community and connectivity it's going to take. I've spoken enough. Anyway, good luck to you, XR, and thank you. Lots of love.
Yeah, we're still in the financial district. We're in the city of London, and what you're seeing up the front there is our youngsters dancing for their lives. That's what they're doing up there. They're dancing for their lives. And everyone thinks it's a bit of a joke, but the pressure and the strain of knowing what they face, any kind of dance, any kind of release, that's going to be really important. Again, the numbers, I'm just so choked about the number of people who are here. And again, the makeup of it is the makeup of London, you know. This isn't, I know everyone says everyone's middle class. I ain't middle class. I know everyone says they're all white. They ain't all white. I've been speaking to Asian people, people of African descent. There's a few indigenous crew. We're mixture. That's what we are. So anyone who tells you everyone's white, everyone's middle class, all right, there's a little bit of truth in that number, but don't believe it. Don't believe the hype. If you're of any background and you're tempted to do something about the climate crisis, look at the website. Check Extinction Rebellion out. There'll be something for you. You may not want to rave with the kids at the front up there. You may want to do a petition. You may want to do something outside of your bank. There's a place for you if you want to secure the future for the next generation. Simple as. I'm now looking for interviews. I might, excuse me. Could I interview? Could I talk to you? But I'm online. All right. I'm going down. Oh, these are old knees. Hello. I'm just wondering why you're here. What's motivated you? What's your vibe? Tell me why you're here.
I'm here out of complete desperation, really. Politicians whose job it is to do something about the crisis are actually currently making it worse by giving taxpayers money to fund and subsidise new fossil fuel projects by giving the go-ahead to new fossil fuel projects. We're on the brink of absolute catastrophe that threatens my family and everybody else's family.
How long have you been in the environmental game?
I'm a real newcomer. I'm a really boring, non-protesty person, and it wasn't until the end of 2018 when that IPCC report came out and said we're on a countdown to humanity that I actually.
Hey, welcome to the tribe. You have a blessed, all right? Have a blessed day.
Isaac, tell us where you are, what's going on? Tell us where you are, what's going on?
In the city of London. I don't know exactly the location here, but I'm here with Extinction Rebellion on the 5th day of the rebellion, the impossible rebellion we're calling it, because of the difficulty we have in assembling large numbers of people to support this crucial cause. But nonetheless, we've got thousands of people here today, and we've poured fake blood on the ground as a symbolic gesture to represent the blood that's been spilled through the activities of the financial institutions which surround us here in the City of London. These institutions prop up and are propped up by all of the corrupt systems of taxation and business practices that are basically preventing us from doing anything meaningful about the climate and ecological emergency that we're in the middle of.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello, sister. I'm just wondering, why are you here?
Well, I'm here because I know there's something that's really not right in the world, and somebody has got to fix it. It's so wrong for us, for our children here, and we just need to fix it. We're not on the right side of this problem, and that means to do something about it, because we are on the wrong problem. Yeah.
It's the companies. It's all that. What do you think they have to do for them to be comfortable enough to make these changes? What's the values that matter to change? What do you think?
I think that first to think not of the money, but think about us right now and the future generations. It's not about money, it's about how can we all share this world, for everybody to benefit from it.
Okay. Lovely. Thank you very much. You have a blessed day now. Yes. So, just heard from another sister there, telling us why she's here. Got a couple of kids, I presume, sitting on that little mat out there. So you can see the motivation is strong. It's like a maternal instinct to make sure that your kids and all other kids do well. It's people. If you're a first-time viewer and you're not into Extinction Rebellion, but you just have me sort of taken over the district, I'd be clear what is happening. There ain't no second planet. Yeah. Cool. So, just remember, these kids ain't dancing for fun. They're dancing for their lives. Remember that. They're dancing for their lives.
Yeah, we're here. This is day number 5 of the Impossible Rebellion. We're here in Paternoster Square in front of the London Stock Exchange, one of the 3 global stock exchanges that work, manage and sell our future for stock exchanges. So we invite everyone to come and join us. We will start in the occupation soon, right after this. This is Extinction Rebellion, united with everyone else that wants to fight for life. All the indigenous communities, all the grassroots across Asia, Africa and South America. We're here in solidarity with them. Please join us. I'm Lautaro Layux from Colombia, and this is Extinction Rebellion UK.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So at the moment we've got quite a few people dancing to Prodigy, which is pretty good, but they're dancing on top of
quite a lot of blood. I wasn't here for the blood being poured onto the streets. There's also some pennies, some coins. I assume it's a metaphor for blood money, maybe, who would know? You can draw your own conclusions. But yeah, it's good energy here, good vibe. Police have been relatively calm, people have been going around chatting to one another, getting to know one another. It's all in the shadow of St Paul's Cathedral just behind us. We've got a police helicopter just behind the main spire, keeping an eye over us all. And yeah, it's interesting. It's good to get people of like minds, of concerned minds together to share, to connect, to talk, to dance, and yeah, have a good time really.
What would you say to people watching this?
What I say to people watching this is the window of action is getting smaller and smaller. These are small protests in terms of UK population or world population, but I think it can have a big reverberation around the world. I hope people talk about this more. I hope people consider their actions more. I hope it leads to a change in consciousness, how we see ourselves within the natural world, because I really do firmly believe, and have done for a long time, that we are about to see more and more human suffering, animal suffering, natural suffering, that is going to take drastic measures and a lot of sacrifice, but I think the alternatives are far worse. So I hope this has a positive effect. I hope people see this as though it maybe seem extreme, it may seem as an act of rebellion or what have you, that it is necessary, and that it is time for people to talk about this, to act, and to act with love and compassion to each other and to the natural world. Perfect, thank you.
So we're here outside the Bank of England. It's interesting how these buildings are built. David Graeber, the brilliant anthropologist, pointed out they're set up to look like temples that we're supposed to worship at, you know, so that we keep paying our debts off, and it's a debt-fueled economic system that we're running. So as rebels probably know, we have this immediate demand, which is no new investments in fossil fuels. It's a very obvious thing to ask. The International Energy Agency have come out this year and said there can be no new investments in fossil fuels if we're going to really prevent even further terrible things happening with our climate and ecological crisis. And I think what that's opening up is a bigger conversation that we need to have, which is why on earth is that still happening? Why is it that since the Paris Climate Agreement, you know, governments and businesses have been putting new money into fossil fuels and subsidising fossil fuels, $3.8 trillion since the Paris Climate Agreement? It's because we have a political economy that has to change, and this is not about, you know, then they want to label us as anti-capitalist, and that makes it sound like you know, we all hate business or we don't think markets are a good idea. There was a leading financier who said there's lots of different types of finance system and we've got the worst one. So what we actually need is a grown-up conversation about the economic system, about why it can't make sensible decisions. And the reason is it's based on economic growth, and as Kenneth Bouldin said, anybody who thinks you can have infinite economic growth of physical things on a finite planet is either a madman or an economist. So economic growth, you can grow certain sectors. You know, obviously we need to grow the renewable sector, but if you keep growing overall, all you're doing is adding to the energy mix. You still need the fossil fuels. So we need something of degrowth obviously in fossil fuels, and in our consumerism it has to decrease. We can't keep needing 1.7 planets in order to just, you know, run this sort of consumerist society. And the way the system's set up is it sort of requires that. So we've got 2 stickers to offer to the business folks in the city. One of them says, "I support rebellion, growth kills, defund fossil fuels now." And it's really good if business people are willing to say, yeah, you know, something really significant has to change. It's so much more powerful if it comes from people in business. You know, it will be seen as predictable for a nose ring wearing green like myself to be talking about the political economy. But you know, maybe they don't want this sticker, so we'll be offering this one, obviously on a bit of an irony, but in it for the money, growth is God, let the world burn. And you know, as much as there is irony there, it's also when you've got a domination paradigm, a political economy that runs the way it does, what it does, it asks us all to collude or stay separate or silent. And what it does is it promotes nihilists and narcissists and sociopaths to the higher parts of this system, and it gives them vast wealth. And we know we've got 8 billionaires with the same amount of wealth as I think sort of the poorest 50% of the planet. Those levels of inequality hurt everybody, and it really has to change. So, you know, we're in the city of London. We've got this talk today at various locations, I understand, talking about the history of this city. My understanding is, in part of this history was standing up against the power of the monarchy, and the people of the guilds got together, and then they got infested by what I would call Wetiko, which is the language of the Algonquin indigenous people. It's a spell of patriarchy. It's about scarcity, separation and powerlessness, and it's also called the hungry ghost in Buddhism, or the Rakshasas in Hinduism. It's a greed that can never be met. You have to keep feeding it. And so it's time to break that spell, folks, and decolonise this system.
Any of the Welsh here?
Yes, Macy's over there with her.
Okay. Hi.
Yeah, so tell us where we are and why you joined Extinction Rebellion.
Okay, so we're at we're at Paternoster Square. Is it the stock exchange? Something about money. And we're doing this act of rebellion, which is where we've got blood and money on the floor, which is symbolizing the destruction, capitalism, and the buildings in the city have caused, and the lives that it's lost, and that is built with blood money, like off the back of slaves and, you know, immigrants, refugees, and all the people who've been killed.
How do you feel about the climate emergency?
It's scary, you know, because when we're at school learning about stuff, it's like, will I need this, or will I have a future for? You know, I want to have kids when I'm older, but I'm scared to bring them into this world. It's just terrifying. And the adults who are going to be dead when it's like a big problem, they're just, you know, wasting everything, destroying our planet, and we're going to have to live with the consequences. And when I talk to my grandparents about it, they're like, oh, it's up to you to solve it. But there isn't going to be time, you know, it's happening right now. There isn't going to be time for us to solve it. People need to do stuff now. It's terrifying. Everyone needs to get involved before it's too late.
Yeah, this is going out on a live stream. What would you like to say to people that were watching this?
Get involved, please, because everyone needs to. And go vegan, if you can. Or try, I don't know.
Please, can you do something? Everyone needs to do their bit. It's so important, please, for everyone.
And if you don't recycle, shame on you, because everyone recycles.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
name's Gabby, I'm from São Paulo, Brazil, and today I'm going to be talking a little bit about the Amazon fires. The Amazon rainforest has a very important role as it is the habitat of numerous species of fauna and flora, and it is also responsible for a huge amount of CO2's absorption in the planet. However, due to the deforestation that is happening, the Amazon is now emitting more CO2 than it is absorbing it. The deforestation process occurs due to companies that want to profit off the territories, either by using it as pasture, using it to plant soy that is transformed into cattle feed, or by exploring it. This process is being authorized by Brazilian laws that are being imposed by the government that also profits off it. Taking into account that this process and the fires are a consequence of companies' actions, consumption has a huge role in it. The more people buy from these companies, especially internationally, the more the fires will happen. So it is very important that everyone, above all the global north, starts being more aware about the companies they're consuming from, and boycott the ones that are responsible for the Amazon fires. The Amazon deforestation leads to the destruction of indigenous lands, the killing of a huge amount of biodiversity and people, and worsens global warming. If you want to know more about this process and know the names of these companies, access the Instagram account at extinctionrebellion.brazil. Please act now.
More pressure. Money! Money! Oh.
Can you just start off-camera flash clock?
Woohoo! No! Give me all your money! We don't care about your communities! We don't care about your low-lying countries! We don't care about your future! I want my bonus! Give me my bonus! My bonus! Give me my bonus! My bonus! My bonus! Give me my bonus! We don't care about your country! We don't care about your future! All lives matter! All lives matter! All lives matter! All lives matter! White lives, white supremacy, straight supremacy, cisgender supremacy. All lives matter. All lives matter. All lives can matter. All lives can matter until all lives matter. Money, give me my bonus. My bonus, give me my bonus. My bonus! My bonus! You promised me more money! More money! Let it never end! It'll never end! More money! My money! Give me my money! All lives matter! I matter! Me! It's about me! This beautiful, beautiful oil! Beautiful money! Give me more! All lives matter! Give me more money! My bonus! I worked hard! I deserve this money! I'm superior! I am superior! Look at my skin! It is superior skin! I am straight! I deserve this money!
Sorry. Yeah.
So, who are you and what's going on here?
Hi, I'm Corinne. I'm a rebel from Southampton. I've come down to London today, or for the whole 2 weeks, with Extinction Rebellion. We're doing disruptive protests to get the government to act seriously on climate change and going to places like media places, so News of the World and BP, News of the World, Daily Mail and those big newspapers that are writing articles, and the corporations that are doing, fossil fuel companies such as Shell, Exxon, and those ones, we're disrupting them and disrupting the government and kind of people in general, because this works, and it's worked with suffragettes and Martin Luther King and things like that. And I'm terrified of what happens if we don't do something like this. So I'm here in this kind of where we are today, and trying to kind of get the government to act, and just mostly looking like the camera at the moment.
Yeah, what's the atmosphere like, and how do you feel it's gone today?
At the moment, today it's been a lot less disruptive and police heavy than usual. So other days there have been lots of police presence and arrests, and it's felt very unsafe. Today we're not being very disruptive. We did a march and we did some small, slightly spicy actions along the way with people throwing blood on corporations, or fake blood. And now we're in this square and we're just having kind of a bit of a break and dancing, doing music and just talking to people. And
why did you join Extinction Rebellion? How do you feel about the climate emergency?
I'm terrified about what would happen if we don't act seriously on climate change. So I've seen just the graph that just goes like that of carbon emissions over time, and you can see it in the news. The temperature's going up. There's loads of floods, droughts, wildfires all over the world, and it's terrifying, and it's just going to get worse if we don't act seriously. And thousands, millions, possibly billions of people will die. We don't actually know how bad it will be, and we need to act seriously, because billions of deaths is possible, and I don't want to risk that happening.
And people are watching this on a live stream. What would you say to them watching Extinction Rebellion on the streets?
I'd say talk to us, come and have a conversation. If you want to join in. It's great to have more people, and it really does make a difference. It's happened before, and it's the only thing I've seen which gives me hope that we can act seriously on climate change.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wow. Isaac, describe where you are and what's going on today.
Well, apparently I'm in Paternoster Square. Is that right? We've been walking from the Bank of England. We had a march, various stops along the way. Various people have formed all sorts of mischief, I guess, along the way.
So what was it was Money Rebellion things today? Do you want to describe where people stopped and things?
To be honest, I wasn't really sure because I was right at the back, so I can't really remember what the particular top points are. Probably your worst person to interview in terms of memory.
No, not at all. There was a march that went around different sort of powerhouses through the city of London. And what inspired you to get involved in Extinction Rebellion? Just hold your mask this way.
Okay.
So what inspired you to join in?
I studied environmental sciences at the end of the last century, and we were very aware of what was going on with climate change then. We were very aware of what was going on with species going extinct. And we've done absolutely nothing in all this time. And just, it creeps up on you, and eventually you've just had enough. Just utterly, utterly tired of signing petitions and writing to your MP and asking your councillors to do something, and nothing happens. And so this just feels like the only option now. That's why I'm here.
And so Extinction Rebellion is non-violent. What does that mean to you?
It means coming out, getting together, having almost a party, but showing our presence in a place in a peaceful way. It's really important to me that it is non-violent.
Any messages to people watching this?
Come and join us. for sure come and join us. What I really love today is there's such a diversity of people here. There's, I think, probably the only people who aren't here are the bankers, so I'd really love them to come out and join us too.
Lives matter!
Black lives matter!
Black lives matter!
Black lives matter!
Give yourself a round of applause. So I'm gonna give you guys a break, listen to poetry, catch your breath, have a cigarette, get some water. We're gonna be dancing, we're gonna take up space. Please stay with me, because we're just occupying and reclaiming our time, okay? All right, and I've got Abby who's got poetry that she's about to recite. Give some love to Abby.
Hi guys, I'm just going to do one of my poems. You can find me on Amazon. I'm published, Going with the Flow. So this one is called Distractions. If you steal a computer, you'll go to court. If you pick up a kid, you probably won't get caught. But if you try to lay your head on the earth without permission, it's time you could serve. It's time for permission to live on off the land. Must a million heads come out of the sand? The work's needed within, needed without, or there won't be no big change. Of that there's no doubt. Distractions are here, so we do as we please. We stand waiting in queues while the world's on its knees. Bending and bowing and wheezing and choking and bending and bowing and wheezing and choking. With some moving, marching in tight circles of hypocrisy. Watched from the sidelines by others in apathy. Is this where we want to be, this place of mediocrity without responsibility? Is this our only sanctuary? I'll stand up and reach out because the show's just begun. I'm going to do something to improve things because small things is better than none. Because the world is sick and so needs healing quick. Please, quick, let's stop abusing. Let's up tools, trust, glean. Get this thing moving, you know what I mean? Because cars go so fast, they knock you down. Leave you suffering there on the ground. Whatever your view, it's a crying shame to have compassion, but dismantle its aim. It's being torn down, taken apart slowly. There's little protection for the righteous and holy. We're being ruled by abusers who torment and use us. There ain't no room for statutory rulers. They could have their say. They could make way for a brighter day, so we can say the things we wanted to say. Hey! New place, new car, somewhere far where love exists everywhere. A place I can say that I'm here to stay. I'd love to have that day one day. A place of bliss, of sun, of a kiss, of a neighbour shaking my hand and saying the things we were given the privilege to be able to say, Distractions are here, so we do as we please and waiting in queues while the world's on its knees. Bending and bowing, wheezing and choking, it's bending and bowing, it's wheezing and choking. Thank you! XR, big up the resistance. Extinction! Extinction! Rebellion! Extinction! Rebellion! We don't want your blood money.
We don't want your blood money. Wanna save the world, honey. Wanna save the world, honey.
We don't want your blood money.
Hi, so tell us where you are and what's going on. Why did you join Extinction Rebellion?
Okay, well, at the moment we're in Paternoster Square and part of the Impossible Rebellion. My journey in terms of how did I join XR kind of began back in early 1990 at the Glastonbury Festival when I joined Greenpeace. And like a lot of people, I paid my monthly subscription and read their newsletters and kind of didn't do much else. I was pretty much involved in the world of business, and yeah, I kind of always thought, yeah, I need to do something about the environment, ecology, and I was aware, most definitely, that there was an issue with fossil fuels and climate change. About 5 years ago I retired, and 2.5 years ago my daughter, who has always been a bit of a rebel and an activist, rang me up from the Pink Boat in London at the April Rebellion, and she said, "Dad, you're retired, you are arrestable and you're doing nothing, get down here now." So like most dads, you do what your daughter says. So yeah, I came down and did a little bit of stewarding, didn't really know what I was doing, and yeah, ever since I've been on the journey with XR. I'm external coordinator for Wales, sit in the Hive, and also help out in the integrated budget group, so partly funding or wholly funding the movement. So yeah, that's kind of me. I'm here, and I recognise the emergency, and I want to encourage other people to do so, and our government in particular.
So what would you say to people watching this stream who haven't been involved in protests before?
Yeah, step out of your comfort zone, I suppose. It was difficult for me at first. I found myself in many situations that I would never have dreamt of 5 or 6 years ago. But it's empowering. I've got 11 grandchildren. Between my wife and I, we have 11 grandchildren, and I couldn't know what I know now, looked them in the eye and said, I knew that, but I did nothing about it. So, yeah.
Anything else you want to say?
No, I don't think so. That's good.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
All right. That's only good.
Head over to the speeches. If I can make my way through.
We don't want your blood money. Wanna save the world, honey.
Wanna save the world, honey.
We don't want your blood money.
We don't want your blood money.
Wanna save the world, honey.
Wanna save the world, honey.
Decolonize.
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 All right, now, are you ready to dance? Are you ready to dance? We're gonna just have a party here till we have a party. So hold on, press play. Give me a second, I'm trying to be a DJ at the same time. But when we get psyched up, Extinction! 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 Extinction!
One thing Nancy can't understand. One thing Nancy can't understand. What make them a talk about me ambition? So what make them a talk about me ambition? Come and say some of them a ask me when me get it from. So some of them a ask me when me get it from. I told them no, no, it's from creation. I told them no, no, it's from creation. Bam, bam, bam. What a bam, 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 bam. What a bam, bam, what a bam, bam. This man, never trouble no one. I'm a lady, I'm not a man. ABC is my ambition. I come feel myself Jamaican, so bam, bam. I not see right, represents lyrics. When you hear them, you sound like Mr. Biscuit. You come in at the place of Mr. Run, slip you bam bam, hey.
In a world so disfigured by histories of violence to people and planet, it is little wonder that the chickens are coming home to roost. The chickens are coming home to roost as per the IPCC report recently, which show that humanity is facing what we call code red. Also, when we view the news reports, we see several reports about fires raging across the Aegean in Greece and Turkey, and also fires in California. The chickens are coming home to roost. There's flooding in England, Germany, and China. And also there's heat waves in Siberia and Canada, for example. All across the world, what we are witnessing is a hostile environment created by our governments and corporations' investments in fossil fuels. On the 23rd of August this month, in a couple of weeks' time, I'll be with Extinction Rebellion as we rebel in what I call an existential rebellion, because this is the time for action. If we wait for our politicians, it will be too little, too late. But whilst our politicians check the opinion polls to tell us what their deepest feelings are, social movements like Extinction Rebellion are out on the streets, setting the thermostat, I beg your pardon, for changes that are yet to come. And so I hope you can join us on the 23rd of August as we rebel and put some pressure on the government to act now against this hostile environment. See you then.
Hello there. Can you introduce yourself? What brought you here today?
Certainly. My name is Rajan Naidu. I'm here for this the Impossible Rebellion, the Extinction Rebellion, the Impossible Rebellion, to protest that our government is, the British government is doing insufficient. It's doing barely anything to reduce carbon emissions, to reduce Britain's carbon footprint. In fact, they're doing the opposite. They're allowing our major banks to invest enormously in fossil fuel extraction use, and this is a catastrophe. We've given a commitment of becoming net zero by 2050. Britain has given that commitment, but which is way too late anyway. I mean, if you ask any of the experts, it's way beyond what we ought to be doing. But even to that very slack target, they're not keeping up to that standard. And banks such as these and the stock market is investing, and the British government is investing billions and billions of pounds in fossil fuel extraction, just at a moment when we ought to be divesting from that, because we've learned that is what is contributing to our situation at the moment, this climate and ecological emergency, which we actually are in, and we all recognise we're in that. And we can't, having said that, we can't pretend that it hasn't happened, that the climate and ecological emergency is something less. It's like we've been told that our ship is sinking, and we're looking for a pretext not to do anything about it. We're protesting about that. Why is something not being done to repair this ship and make it seaworthy again? And we shouldn't be having to do this, because we're actually calling on the government to do what it has given assurances that it would do, to reduce our carbon emissions and reduce the damage of the environment, which is catastrophic. We're in the age of the 6th mass extinction. I think we should look that up, the 6th mass extinction. So species all over this planet. I mean, David Attenborough has referenced it, and he's a well-respected person. Stephen Fry has referenced it also, a well-respected person. It's not something we're just making up. That species are dying out at an unprecedented rate. Not precedented since, for example, the age of the dinosaurs, when many species, thousands of species, went extinct. The difference between that time and this time is that this is the Anthropocene, which is the age of humanity. We've had such a powerful impact on our planet, on our environment, that we have changed. We have changed weather systems. We've changed ocean patterns, we've changed air currents, ocean currents. We have done that. We've polluted oceans. We have toxified immense areas, and we're continuing to do this. And we need to deal with this. We need to bring us a halt to this. And our banks here, the responsible people here, the stock exchange, our parliament, all the members of our parliament of all political persuasions. This is not a party political matter. This is something which is involves all human beings. And when we're here, when we come to these demonstrations, we see the police around us, and I watch them as they have their speeches by people like George Monbiot and Kate Raworth, for example, yesterday. And I observe the police, and some are listening very intently and intelligently, and others are just chewing metaphorical gum and looking the other way. And I think it's very sad that the police are not trained to actually listen to what we're saying, so they can understand why we're here, and not to see us as just mischievous troublemakers for the sake of it. And we're serious people. We're not troublemakers. We're not lawbreakers by nature, or by persuasion, or by ethos. But if necessary, we have to do these things. And we have some actions. I mean, we've made a mess of Paternoster Square, for example. You know, it's a very superficial thing. I mean, you can make a big fuss about it and say, isn't it terrible what Extinction Rebellion are doing? But it will disappear in a rain, that's all. It'll take a little bit of effort to get it away, and it'll be like new. It's all biodegradable, it's all washable. That's how we operate. Well,
thank you for your time. That's good.
Well,
thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, so why did you join Extinction Rebellion?
What? Sorry, what was that again? Sorry?
Why did you join Extinction Rebellion?
2019, I was there at the second Extinction Rebellion event where Oxford Circus was closed, the 5 different places. It was really a life-changing thing, I think, just seeing the city transformed like that.
Yeah, and what would you say to people watching the live stream today if they were thinking about coming along?
Well, it's fun. One of the things I learned last time was that, you know, even when things are looking hopeless, dancing and music are so intrinsic to the human spirit. That'll be there whether things go well or whether things go bad. So, to be honest, enjoy yourself while you can, because we might not have much more time to do it.
What's your views on the climate emergency?
I hope it's not too late. I study a lot of science. I work at a university. I get to cover a lot of topics in the job that I do, and it's not good. You know, from waste disposal and the waste crisis that we have, to the actual science about global warming and the fact that the temperatures have risen so significantly in such a short period of time. And, you know, people say, oh, there have been temperature changes in the past. That's over hundreds of thousands of years of time, millions sometimes. It's been something like over 3 million years since the CO2 has been this amount in the air, you know. When people say that, it's crazy. They don't know what they're actually talking about. It's immediate, and I hope it's not too late, basically.
Anything else you want to say?
I think one of the positive things that I've learned recently is that it could be our imaginations that get us out of this. There's far too much dystopia out there, and I think that spending time imagining what could happen, how things could turn out all right, is a really useful piece of your time that you could do. So try that.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Orla Murphy. I'm 20. I'm from Ireland. I recently spent 5 weeks in prison for a protest I did back in March on the Fridays for Future Global Day of Action. The theme of the day was No More Empty Promises. Our minister made some outrageous comments about how he will stand up for women, young people and the least developed countries in the face of the climate crisis. They're not doing any of those things. His party's been in government for so long here, since after the recession. I used civil disobedience to voice my anger. I think it's so important that we do use civil disobedience. That is what works. That is the only thing that has ever worked. The crisis is getting worse and worse and worse. It's so important that we rebel. It's so important to take every opportunity that we can to voice our opposition, because if we don't voice our opposition, they'll think that it's okay what they're doing, and it's not. So I hope to see you on the streets of London in Rebellion Week.
The heating of our planet has already reached the point that the impacts on the poorest and most vulnerable people are profound. But this is only the beginning of this crisis. In the last 150 years, the world has warmed on average by just over 1 degree Celsius, and our atmosphere now contains concentrations of carbon dioxide that have not been equaled for millions of years. We are today perilously close to tipping points that, once passed, will send global temperatures spiraling catastrophically higher. If we continue on our current path, we will face the collapse of everything that gives us our security: food production, access to fresh water, habitable ambient temperature, and ocean food chains. And if the natural world can no longer support the most basic of our needs, then much of the rest of civilization will quickly break down. Please make no mistake. Climate change is the biggest threat to security that modern humans have ever faced.
Connected. Okay. I'll go in.
I'm very nearly out of battery, so we could have 2 cameras.
Great. I have my battery pack and just taking a rest because I've also been like.
Yeah, no.
All good.
It's great to see you.
You have something that you can lend me, is it?
I do, but it's in my battery.
Later. Is it good right now?
My name is Margaret Atwood. I'm a writer. I've been writing about planet damage since the 1980s. Time is now running out faster and faster. Climate change due to human activity is not a theory. It is not an opinion. It is a fact. Denial of this fact, in the interests of big money, will lead to our extinction as a species. If the oceans die, so will we. They make 60 to 80% of the oxygen that we breathe. Politicians must now face up to facts. It's not too late, but it's almost too late. I'm old, so I will most likely not live to see the worst effects of inaction, but you will. Please act now for your own sakes. It's in your hands. Good luck.
Hi, so tell us what's going on.
Well, it's Extinction Rebellion, and we're particularly marching through the City of London today to demonstrate about the terrible complicity of the whole financial sector in keeping carbon going and financing the extract of fossil fuels. It just goes on and on and on, and we've got to stop.
Extinction Rebellion is a non-violent campaign group, and what's your views about non-violence, and do you think it's important?
I think it's probably the single most important as a thing that a campaigning group can have, because if we're not trained to non-violence, tempers can easily fray, people can get aggressive with each other, and then it's all utterly pointless. We've got to work from a place of love, a place of peace in our own hearts, and then we can slowly make things better. But if violence and animosity and aggression come in, then we just create enemies.
And how do you feel about the climate emergency?
Pardon?
How do you feel about the climate emergency?
Well, I mean, it's terrible, and it's coming towards us, and it's coming faster. I mean, the UK government have actually declared a climate emergency 2 years ago, but they just are not acting on it. They're not acting on all the words that they're saying, and we've actually got to have action now. If we don't have action now, it's going to be too late. Many people think it is too late. I'm hopeful that there's still stuff we can do. I mean, it's a matter of justice now for all those who are already hugely affected. Can I show you what I've got on my back?
So deeds, not words.
Deeds, not words. There's been enough words. We know the science. The politicians know the science. We've got to act.
Thank you so much. Anything else you want to say?
Just come together, join us in love for your lovely planet, for our lovely planet, and act now. Thank you.
And do you think direct action works?
I do, actually. I really do. It works at Greenham Common. I think the time has come just to make a big noise, be a nuisance, and tell the politicians that we're serious.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
We hold the following to be true. This is our darkest hour. Humanity finds itself embroiled in an event unprecedented in its history, one which, unless immediately addressed, will catapult us further into destruction of all we hold dear, this nation, its people, our ecosystems, and the future of generations to come.
The science is clear. We are in the 6th mass extinction event, and we will face catastrophe if we do not act swiftly and robustly. Biodiversity is being annihilated around the world. Our seas are poisoned, acidic and rising. Flooding and desertification will render vast tracts of land uninhabitable and lead to mass migration.
Our air is so toxic that the United Kingdom is breaking the law. It harms the unborn whilst causing tens of thousands to die. The breakdown of our climate has begun. There will be more wildfires, unpredictable superstorms, increasing famine and untold droughts as food supplies and fresh water disappear.
The ecological crises that are impacting upon this nation, and indeed this planet and its wildlife, can no longer be ignored, denied nor go unanswered by any beings of sound rational thought, ethical conscience, moral concern or spiritual belief. In accordance with these values, the virtues of truth and the weight of scientific evidence, we declare it is our duty to act on behalf of the security and well-being of our children, our communities, and the future of the planet itself.
We, in alignment with our consciences and our reasoning, declare ourselves in rebellion against our government and the corrupted, inept institutions that threaten our future. The willful complicity displayed by our government has shattered meaningful democracy and cast aside the common interest in favour of short-term gain and private profits.
When government and the law fail to provide any assurance of adequate protection, as well as security for its people's well-being and the nation's future, it becomes the right of its citizens to seek redress in order to restore dutiful democracy and to secure the solutions needed to avert catastrophe and protect the future. It becomes not only our right, it becomes our sacred duty to rebel.
We hereby declare the bonds of the social contract to be null and void, which the government has rendered invalid by its continuing failure to act appropriately. We call upon every principled and peaceful citizen to rise with us. We demand to be heard, to apply informed solutions to these ecological crises, and to create a national assembly by which to initiate those solutions needed to change our present cataclysmic course.
We refuse to bequeath a dying planet to future generations by failing to act now. We act in peace with ferocious love of these lands in our hearts. We act on behalf of life.
Hi, can you introduce yourself and what are you doing here today?
Hi, I'm Kai, I'm 19 and we're protesting against the fundamentally unsustainable financial system that builds our economy. It's completely built on blood and the exploitation of our planet.
You're holding a sign saying, are we the last generation? Do you feel like that you're the last generation?
If we don't do what we're doing now and more, then we very well might be.
Thank you for your time.
So it's on another camera at the moment.
And then I'll hold on to the mic, so don't look at the mic, look at the lens. Hi, describe what's going on and why you joined Extinction Rebellion.
There's a lot of noise going on at the moment. We've got a fantastic samba band made up of Extinction Rebellion members, and we are in Paternoster Square, and we're here to draw attention to the City of London's part that they play in continuing to want to exploit fossil fuels. They have a vested interest in wanting to continue to exploit fossil fuels, even though in public there's a lot of nice talk about keeping below 1.5 in line with the IPCC reports. So we're here just drawing attention to maybe what lies underneath the beautiful surface in the City of London.
So also I've noticed you're wearing a white jacket with de-escalation written on it. Could you describe that role and what that role is within Extinction Rebellion?
Okay, so de-escalation is a really key part of non-violent direct action. So as you can hear, the energy is quite high. We've got a lot of young people here. The energy is quite high. Maybe it could tip over into something a bit more ugly, a bit more negative. And in order to get people to listen, you have to stay the right side of that energy line. So if you're too passive, the whole world's going to ignore you. But if you're active enough without tipping over into aggression, so by violence I can mean verbal aggression or even standing and looking threateningly at the police or the public, that's just not on with Extinction Rebellion. So we have people trained to do de-escalation. We might be on the outside, if things are getting a bit heated, we're just there and we've got a few techniques just to deflect the energy, just kind of the energy.
So there's lots of roles that people can do within Extinction Rebellion. If someone hadn't taken part in things before, what would you say to them?
If there's someone who's never taken part before, just go online. It's all online on social media, on Facebook, on Instagram. We've got all sorts of people here. I mean, I'm an old biddy, or a kind of middle-aged biddy. We've got young mums and dads with children. We've got teenagers, 20s. We've got people who are in their 60s, 70s. You'll find somebody who you gel with. You'll find somebody you feel comfortable with. But actually, it's a sort of multi-generational thing. And don't always believe what you see in the media. It's a really, really nice crowd of really well-intentioned people. People who have had the benefit chance of a good education on them, and they understand how important this is, and they want to share that with the rest of the world. They want to focus the spotlight on what we need to do and give something back. Yeah.
So people are watching this on a live stream. Have you got a message for them out there?
Get involved. Think of Gandhi, think of Martin Luther King, think of the suffragettes, think of the anti-slavery movement. Nothing happens, nothing changes without struggle when it's part of the system. This is the old system. We need a new system that looks after the planet, because without living systems, we cannot survive. Fresh water, clean air, food, all of those rely on healthy living systems. So get involved.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Good looking flag there.
Okay, so we're just outside the Bank of London here. As you can see, it's pretty huge, just before we go on our march. And I've got these three beautiful people here for joining in the protests against the financial involvement in the fossil fuel industry and how that is absolutely appallingly impacting our climate. Can I ask you to introduce yourselves, you two? I've got two children here and also Dad next to us as well.
Hello, my name is Reynolds and
how old are you, Reynolds?
I'm 10.
You're 10, okay, amazing. And can I ask you to introduce yourself as well?
Hi, I'm Mina and I'm 12 years old.
And you're 12, fantastic. So you're both children at the Rebellion, brilliant, so nice to see you here. Can I ask, how much are you taught about climate change in school?
Not much.
Not much at all, no. Dad, what do you have to say about that?
I mean, it's absolutely terrible. I've been trying to convince their school to talk more about climate change. They have just about started talking about matters of racial justice, you know, following the protests last year. And I'm trying to get them to start talking a bit more about climate change. I think it's all part of our demand. Yes, we made a demand to government to tell the truth, but you know, that demand percolates down to the schools as well. Schools should be telling the truth about climate and ecological emergency that we face. They should be telling the truth about the financial district and its involvement in funding fossil fuels around the world. Anyway, this for the kids. So
yes, absolutely. That's a really good point. I'll come back to you in a moment because there's something I wanted to touch upon there. So you two here, I'm so pleased you're here. Can I ask you, how are you feeling about what is happening here today? How do you feel about your future, given the climate crisis that we're in at the moment?
Probably we're scared and worried for like the future and like what's going to happen when I'm older, I guess, and for the other generations.
Reynolds, do you feel very much the same? Yeah. If there's anybody watching this that's a bit nervous, maybe their children as well, is there anything you would say to them to sort of give them any encouragement? Are you finding these protests scary, or you feel like they're empowering or empowering for you? Fantastic. And what would you say to those people that perhaps are a bit nervous and aren't really sure about trying to do what you're doing here today and make a difference?
Well, speak up and try. Voice is always heard.
Yeah, voice is always heard, especially when you try and make them heard through things like this. Is there anything else that you wanted to say today?
Join us.
Absolutely. Now, I just want to touch to Dad just quickly. You mentioned before that you wanted to, we're just teaching your kids about racial justice as well. How much do you see racial justice not involved in the climate conversation, and how does that need to change?
Well, I think a lot of environmentalists, have often been scared, to deal with matters of racial justice. They find it too messy and so on and so forth. But, I've been studying this issue for a long time, and I think it's very important that environmentalists understand that unless and until you understand how racial justice is connected to climate justice, is connected to climate change, is connected to inequality within countries and between countries as well. Unless you understand those issues, then our fight for a better climate, for a better environment, will be lost. So it's very important. And if you don't understand the connection between racial justice, climate justice, and the environment, then everything you think you understand about about what we're doing, will only confuse you in the end. So,
Thank you so much. And as somebody who has studied this, is there anywhere you would point people to find out more about this aspect? Because I think everybody listening to this, if they're not part of Extinction Rebellion, perhaps they're critical of Extinction Rebellion, really pointing them to where they can be educated and find out more themselves in spite of this action is a really good place to point people.
Well, number one, Extinction Rebellion website is a good start. I also work with the transition movement, and again, go to the transitionnetwork.org, I believe, and you'll find more details. I'm based in Brixton. I give a lot of talks about the intersection between racial justice and climate justice, and I give a lot of talks about that. So find out, go to either XR website or Transition Movement's website and find out more. And go to, join Stand Up to Racism as well. All these things are connected. They're connected, and this is exactly the reason why we're here. It's all connected to the financialization of investment in fossil fuels and so on. So yeah, we need to.
I said that was my final question, but I actually have one more question. So you're a dad, you're here with your children, you obviously think it's important to bring them here today. To what extent do you think that's important, and how proud are you that they've made the choice to come with you? Because it is a choice at the end of the day.
It is a choice, absolutely. They're on holiday, they could have stayed home. But I've always taken them to protest with me, because I think they need to be aware that they have a voice and their voice matters. I mean, since the IPCC report was released, a lot of people have been like, oh no, we're powerless, we can't do anything. But look at this. This is the power of us. People who feel powerless. We're not powerless. If we come together, if we come shout together, make our voices heard. We're not powerless at all. We're very powerful. And in fact, those in power know that we're very powerful. That's why they try to separate us. They try to, they've tried to bring the PCSC bill in to stop us protesting and so on and so forth. They know that we have the power. All power comes from below, and that's what we're exercising.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. I'll take that back from you. Have the best protest, everyone.
Thanks.
And I'll see you soon. See you on the streets.
Can you introduce yourself and why you're holding this banner? Well, actually, only just last night I learned what is DM25, and because of Valerie Brown told me about that. And we are setting up a citizens' assembly in Wandsworth, because in Wandsworth the council proved not to be fit to look after the people of the borough. So we are thinking of taking power into our hands, and going pink, DM25 is just our allies. Thank you for your time. Typically recruit.
living through exceptional times. As individuals, as families, as nations. Our entire civilization has come under threat from a new virus. It has struck at the very heart of our government and impacted the lives of people across the globe. Industries have ground to a halt. Economies have crashed. Healthcare systems have been overwhelmed. We are reliant on those that were once taken for granted. The heroes fighting this war. While we stay at home. We have turned to exercise, started new hobbies, found new ways to communicate. Some have struggled with mental health, loneliness, or been victims of abuse. And many have paid the ultimate price. The failures of our society have left us exposed. But as the world pauses, we must take this time to reflect. This is our time to change, to mend our broken systems, to reunite with nature, to repay our heroes, and come together as one to build a new future. We cannot go back to how things were. We mustn't. We must learn. We must adapt. We must evolve.